Zach, I'm not sure if that's good or bad. Does that mean that the store's slow or?
Today it means that I was able to sneak away, but the store has
Okay.
been anything but slow up until the last 2 days. I think Memorial Day, maybe everybody got it out of their system for the week.
And just a quick reminder, we are up and broadcasting and recording.
Well, that's good for you, Zach.
It is.
Okay, it is 5:30. We'll go ahead and get started. All members of the council are present with exception of Councilmember Lamb, who I assume will be joining us here shortly. Actually, there he is. So all members of the council are here. Tonight, we're going to be starting off with a work session. And there we go. The first item that we have is going to be discussing moderate income housing plan. And Scott Langford will walk us through this one. So I'll stop sharing and turn it over to Scott.
Thank you. And Council Chair Conway, if you have
Your audio blew up there.
Malfunction. No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Very good.
We need to see about getting you a headset since so much of this is you.
I know. I will be in the office tomorrow. So, okay, let me start this PowerPoint. Alan Anderson should have sent you a text with the, this is going to be a poll, interactive Q&A to start things off. And let me see. I've got a warm-up question here, so I'll wait for you to log on. And if you can promote Larry. Larry Gardner has worked really hard with the state of Utah to keep up to date with all of the changing requirements regarding moderate income. And so he'll kind of give us some context and then step us through some of the state requirements so we know kind of the rules of the game we need to play by. So looks like I didn't clear this, but do you see that first question on poll EV?
Still trying to get in. It's not copy pastable.
And I'm trying to figure out where the email is that
Where'd you find it, Kelvin?
I haven't found it yet. Oh, there it is.
Okay. Oh, there it is. No,
Yeah,
that's not it.
I think Alan was going to put it in the chat.
It's in a text message, but it's not copyable. I just shot out the link.
Where'd you shoot it out to?
It sounds like your phone right there.
Got it.
Okay. Hopefully you can see and be able to log in. If you're having challenges, please let me know.
That's not fair. We always have challenges.
Okay. Unless anybody protests, I'll move on. Is Larry able to speak?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
I was promoted before the meeting, so.
Very good. Okay, Larry, I'll just let you take over here and kind of give the city council some context here.
Oh, it's the council's undoubtedly aware, not this last session, but the session before before COVID-19 and the economy started going down and revenue started curtailing, they were focused on affordable housing in the community. And one way they have chosen to do that is through the city's requirement to have a moderate income housing plan. West Jordan's had a moderate income housing plan for decades, as far as I can go back. And but there's some communities that did not, or counties that did not. And so one of the main goals was to get every community or every reporting municipality to have their moderate income housing plan as part of the general plan, but West Jordan's has, and it had to be done by December of last year, 2019. As you remember, the council approved our update to the general plan in 2018. And so what we were trying to do last year is to modify the goals of the moderate income housing plan. And that was in response mostly to an administrative order of the workforce housing or workforce services, which administers the moderate income housing plan. And what that did was create goals that are measurable, rather than just writing things down on paper. We're going to do this, this, and this. The way they look at the goals is a more measured outcome. And at the end, I can show you how that would be structured. And so, you know, that's what this whole thing was about, is updating the goals. So it met the administrative rule. And you might say, well, what is the effect of the administrative rule? Well, and the state has thrown out over the last few years that there may be some curtailing of fundings to municipalities that do not participate in a moderate income housing, are not serious about updating their plan or implementing ways to bring more moderate income housing into their cities. Now, they haven't done that as of yet, but it's always been the threat out there. And as you know, every legislative session, there's something that comes about due to housing affordability. And so I think it's better to stay ahead of the game. And so if the state actually does start withholding funding, that we're at least there and saying that we're progressing towards developing moderate income housing in West Jordan. And as Scott put up here, this is the code. And what the plan involves is, 5-year estimates of your moderate income housing need. The plan has it in there, and this is updated. It'll be updated also. And it just needs to be made available to the community. And so, Scott, I don't know if you want any more of that, but that's kind of an overview of why we do this, because it is a state requirement. It's not something that a city can just choose not to do any longer without some type of penalty. And one other thing I'll add is West Jordan also has another issue. Well, not an issue, but another requirement, because we have what they call a fixed guideway rail system, or light rail. And we need to look at that in our moderate income housing plan. That's usually to do with relaxation of parking or increased densities next to track station and stations and that type of thing. And that is the one that they have, the legislature's been saying that if the municipalities that have these fixed guide rail stations, that they could withhold B&C road funds in the future. Now, they haven't done that yet. I'm not saying that they will, but that has been the threat that has been out there for the last few years. And so I think it's better to stay ahead of the game rather than catch up. At this point, we have the moderate income plan adopted as part of the general plan. What I would like to do is update the goals so they meet the provisions of the administrative order that the Workforce Services uses. And lastly, we also need to do a report to the state every year now, rather than every other year. And many on the council have been here for a while. You remember approving a moderate income housing report to the state. That also will have our goals, and that's what the state will be reviewing also. And so, Scott, I don't know if you want me to say any more, if that's good.
No, that's a great intro. And council, feel free to jump in. This should be a discussion. Larry's given us a good overview, but so that I see this discussion, this work session today, giving information to you, but also as we march through these next few slides, trying to pull information or thoughts from you. We call it kind of a menu of options that the state has given us, and Larry's talked about that. And it's pretty specific. Larry, as we go through these things, maybe you can indicate what we've already have on our plan, and see if the council has any questions. And
Okay.
We'd like to just get your feedback so we can update this plan, because we do need to report annually, like Larry has indicated. So we'll kind of march through these.
Councilmember Green had a comment.
Oh,
Sorry, Councilmember Whitelock.
Before you begin, I just have a question. When I read it, it said 73% of our units are within the moderate income level.
That's true. That's true.
Is there like a level that we have to meet? Is this really a moderate income housing plan that they want at the state level, or is it really a low income plan?
No, that we're only required by statute to provide a moderate income housing plan and a report.
So
There's no-
73% sounds pretty good. Am
all
I
within
missing something?
Yeah, no, you're not missing anything. And so that
Okay.
was,
Maybe-
and that really involved a great amount of work to go through and determine, based on incomes and what rents were affordable, what are in the moderate income range, what mortgages are in the moderate income range. Be mindful that you'll have updated figures coming on, because I'll work on getting those updated, because those are almost 2 years old now. As we realize, the real estate market has changed. Incomes haven't changed dramatically. They have some, and so I expect that to change. So, but the city is required to provide a moderate income housing plan. The statute doesn't say, well, if you have enough, then you don't have to worry about it. It doesn't say that anywhere. So
Right. I just wanted to make sure I was.
no, you're correct, Kaylee.
Okay.
So-
Thank you.
so Councilmember Whitelock, do we need to provide a definition of what qualifies? Is that your question?
No, I thought that's what it said, but sometimes I read these reports and I just wanted to verify that we have 73% available. So, thank you.
So my question is, and I'm reading the municipal code in chapter 9A right now. That's the advantage of a Zoom meeting, is you can pull that up. And it says that we have to include in our moderate or in a recommendation to implement 3 or more of the following strategies. And it lists 24 different strategies. If
Right.
the city has already implemented a bunch of these, I mean, does that mean that we have to look at more?
No,
And so,
No,
because
it
it
doesn't.
says, it specifically says, and I know I'm getting into the semantics, but it says we have to include a recommendation. And it seems to me that, yes, there are some things that we can still do to might increase the moderate income housing, but the legislature didn't do us a favor if we're talking about recommendations that, I mean, once you've accomplished the 3, that means you got to do 3 more. You got to talk about 3 more the next year. No,
I don't think that's how it
No,
reads.
that's not what the intent of the statute.
Well, but that's what it says is shall include a recommendation to implement 3 or more of the following strategies.
Per
So,
year. It doesn't say that.
It just says you have to recommend 3 or more, but what happens if you already meet a bunch of them?
The recommendation becomes continue what we're doing.
Yeah.
Recommend those ones.
All right.
If those are the ones you want to continue doing.
That just
I
doesn't
don't-
seem, the legislature never makes any sense. So I guess we're okay.
Think
It
of
just
it from
gives
the
you
perspective
gives you
of
a
a
chance
developer.
every year. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying, think of it from the perspective of a developer, and you'll be thinking like the legislature.
Okay. Well, like I said, it makes little sense, particularly if they want, specific goals. And I looked at Workforce Services website a few weeks ago, and I don't know, I'm frustrated about this process because it makes part of it, like Kayleen says, is it makes no freaking sense that if 60%, 70% of the town of the city is moderate income. Okay, so here's the dilemma that I have. And this is going to tie into the budget and the budget discussions that we've had before. If 73% or whatever the number is, but let's just throw out a ballpark number that Councilmember Whitelock, and I believe she's really, really, really close if we're not. 73% of West Jordan City is moderate income housing. And the legislature wants us to increase moderate income housing, yet the city can't. I'm going to say this, and I know I'm getting in trouble by some legislator out there, but if the city increases the moderate income housing plans to 85 or 90%, then our moderate income housing to support a city the size of West Jordan is going to have a higher tax rate because our property's valued so low, as opposed to a city that's got a lot of high property values that can keep property taxes lower. So to me, when I'm thinking about this, okay, if the recommendation is that we can put in that, hey, we got 73% of moderate housing and we're not going to let it slip. But what's an acceptable level for the state? Because honestly, from a budgetary standpoint, and this will sound terrible. It's not like I'm saying we don't want low or moderate income housing in West Jordan City, but if 70 something percent of our homes are already moderate housing, isn't that just good enough? And because what that tells us is, honestly, I mean, we're not Farmington that whatever Farmington's percent is of moderate income out. And they were the ones that a couple of years ago, when this was brought up, they said, well, we probably won't do any moderate income housing plan. And if you take some money away, that's great. Okay, there are going to be some cities out there that really don't care, and they're not going to work towards this. But honestly, our goal is not to work towards moderate income housing. Our goal is we need some more $1 million homes to help us bring up the property values without hurting the moderate income housing that we've got. Does that make sense? Because our property values are so low. Okay, if the legislature wants to turn West Jordan into 100% moderate income housing, then the legislature can pay our property tax bill. I mean, that sounds cynical, but that's about where I'm thinking about this. And if this is just to go through the motions, because I read the Workforce Services website and they said, well, we can tell that the city councils that don't put any time on this one and we can tell when they go through the motions. Well, I guess the first question is, do we care? how much do we care about this? And then the second question is, you know, I guess we really need 4 goals. You have to have 3 plus the 1 because we have the fixed rail because that's a requirement. But so we really have to have 4 goals. But, you know, I guess
So-
we can always put the same 4 goals down and then we can just say, well, we tried last year. We can look at it again this year and see if we want to change it.
Right, and that's what it boils down to, Councilman Green, just to see if we're still on the right track. The council gets a fresh look at this every year as it's set up, and so we as staff want to make sure that we're in alignment with what you want us to put on in our general plan. And as we march through this, if we need to make an adjustment, now's a great time to get that feedback from the council.
Okay.
But and you know, Kelvin, I think it's not mutually exclusive. I think that there's a very good opportunity to get those higher property value developments in real estate, and we still can provide some moderate income housing at the right locations. You know, we talked about certain areas of our town around the track stations and so forth that can march towards these goals. So, Larry, as we go through this and get the poll from the council, if you could just indicate which ones that you already have on there, I think that would be beneficial.
Okay.
So the first one, rezone for densities necessary to assure the production of moderate income housing.
So which densities are those? Because I don't see a correlation necessarily between density and income and affordableness of housing. Affordability.
Great point, Councilman. That density doesn't necessarily mean that it hits that mark. It's just one tool that we could look at.
And this may not be even a goal that West Jordan picks, because say you're, I don't know, in a community that's largely 1 acre, 2 acre lots, I can tell you that that's not in the moderate income range, where in that community may say, okay, we'll do 1/4 acre lots in some area. You know, and certainly around a track station, you've already rezoned for densities that provide more of an opportunity for moderate income housing than a larger lot single family would. So,
And
And
to your
that's-
point, where we've already rezoned a number of places, if this were review zone, then I'd probably be yes. But if it's like we are actively going to go out and change our zoning, not
and that wasn't a goal that I had in the plan anyway. So,
And I agree with Chris there. If it's to review, I mean, we already have the TOD 60 units an acre in most of the TODs. We've done the IOZs. We've got the PC zone. We've done this. We've done the senior family housing. I think we've done quite a bit there. And so to rezone more.
well, and the IOZ may be an opportunity to make this a goal that you're meeting already, because the council's been very willing to rezone to higher densities adjacent to the Mountain View corridor. Now, to Zach's point, just because you put 6 units per acre, I mean, some of those apartments or townhomes or condos can be fairly pricey. So it doesn't necessarily mean it isn't in the moderate income housing range. And so, but if it's more of a market rate or something you're targeting, say you want moderate income housing in one of the IOZ areas, then you make that part of your goal to implement that. So.
It's not a given, but it creates opportunity, and I think that's what they're trying to facilitate. It provides an opportunity, and I think you're spot on. I think the council's done a fantastic job, and Larry and I could very, very easily argue to anybody from outside that we have been very proactive in complying with this particular item. for all the zones, Kelvin, that you mentioned. So, okay, due to time, let me, we've got all 7 voting. We'll go to the next one. Facilitate the rehabilitation or expansion of infrastructure that will encourage the construction of moderate income housing. Larry, do you have an example to clarify this point?
I think that oftentimes infrastructure can be one of the biggest costs in developing. And so, I don't know. I just don't think it applies to West Jordan. I don't have a good example of this one. I don't know what the state was meaning by this.
Let's take credit for the 7,800 South Sewer Improvement Plan for this.
If that's what you want to do, then
Aren't we reworking the sewer lines on 13th West between 78th and someplace? Let's take credit for it.
That certainly does. I don't know if it encourages the construction of moderate income housing, but it certainly preserves it.
Completion of 5600 West would potentially qualify there too.
Yeah, I think there's opportunity to get that credit.
And this is all good information because I can just put this into the meat of the goal, then they can understand what the city is doing a little more.
Yep. Okay, very good. We've got 7 votes. I'll move on. Facilitate the rehabilitation of existing uninhabitable housing stock into moderate income housing. Larry, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's not it doesn't have a whole lot of applicability here.
Not in West Jordan. I don't know of any really. The uninhabitable housing stock, and Calvin's probably aware there was 2 or 3 houses on 1300 West that were really old, but they've been torn down. They weren't rehabilitated. When I worked in South Salt Lake, we had a lot of existing housing stock that needed to be rehabilitated, but West Jordan's not in that boat from what I can see.
But I'm willing to put it in the plan because
that's fine. If you know of areas where the housing stock is uninhabitable, then that's great.
I'm just thinking it doesn't, whether we have it or whether we don't, if we ever get to that point, I'm willing to look at this, is what I'm saying. That's why I'm willing to have it in the plan, even though I couldn't tell you if we have uninhabitable housing stock or not. But we could put in the plan, hey, if we ever do have uninhabitable housing stock, this is what we're going to do to facilitate that rehabilitation.
And I would say that we may have some that are approaching that, mostly in our trailer parks.
I think my son's bedroom might count.
Well, and this one might be able to be used because we do get, if I recall right, the CDBG grant money can be used for this kind of a thing. So
it can, and it is.
And we have some, but we could use that. So yeah.
And that's used mostly, and there's another goal that we've already got, and that is to preserve existing moderate income housing. So that's mostly what the block grant money is used, is home repairs for the elderly, income qualified people. And so the city does, already, it's almost close to $200,000 a year of the block grant money that is given towards that. Home repairs and roofs and furniture to keep elderly and people of income qualification in their homes. So,
okay. Yeah, we need to do this a little bit quicker just so we can get through them. Consider general fund subsidies or other sources of revenue to waive construction related fees that are otherwise generally imposed by the city.
I would not recommend doing this.
So it seems like the last couple of questions haven't really been applicable or not things that would be recommended. Are there others that are like deemed appropriate for consideration we should skip to?
Yeah, I don't have a list in front of me, so we can just fly through them quick. Create or allow for reduce regulations for accessory units. We're working on that right now.
Yeah, been talking about this for a long time.
Okay, move to the next one. Allow for higher density or moderate income residential development in commercial and mixed use commercial centers. we have our residential overlay district, which facilitates this, and the council approved that, what, a year and a half or 2 years ago?
Almost 2 years ago, the residential overlay. Yeah, and so if we find an appropriate location in one of, you know, fortunately, the Shopco building was swooped up by an office user, and Granite Furniture was swooped up by another good user. And so we may not need to use this, but the council has adopted that tool.
For the new members, I want to point out that was brought by Red Square or Square Red or whatever they are, basically Jordan Landing.
That was
Right.
out there south of or north of Crab Shack, wasn't it? Someplace in there.
Kind of where Crab Shack was.
Yeah,
Is.
but that's, but they're not going forward with that. So, but there may be another opportunity in the city. So.
Right. Okay. So this question right here, higher density around our major transit corridors. We're doing that with our TODs right now. So great. Eliminate or reduce parking requirements for residential development where a resident is less likely to rely on the resident's own vehicle. We do that already in our code. We reduce parking in our TOD areas.
Yeah, TODs rely on parking maximums rather than parking minimums. So that the goal is being met. So.
Okay. Allow for single room occupancy developments.
Like studio apartments?
Single room occupancy is
Boarding
familiar
house.
with like the Oddfellows home downtown. And so it's just one room and a shared bathroom, shared kitchen. I don't know if West Jordan's the right urban environment for that type of thing.
It may be, though, if we develop the downtown the way we want to, allowing for this may not be a bad idea.
Yeah, across
Not
the street.
requiring it or forcing it, but I'm just saying allowing for it. There may be a place for it when I get to that point.
Okay. Implement zoning incentives for low to moderate income units in new developments. Okay.
Swing.
A bunch of these take money. If the legislature gave us the money, I'd be glad to do it.
Well, and some of this, like this one, aren't we kind of forced to do that already with the 10% for stuff that's not in that Pioneer RDA, EDA,
Yeah.
whatever
That's
sort of
only-
DA that was?
So that's more of a redevelopment housing set aside. That's if you're taking the increment out, then you have to set aside 10% of that. I think the zoning incentive here, say the Wood Ranch or the Jones Ranch, you could throw in there that you're giving them additional density for 5% of it or 3% of it to be in the moderate income range, because that will be one of the issues with new development is they'll be largely priced out of moderate income housing range.
Yeah.
And so, I think that this already is codified. So I don't know if it really needs to be taken out unless the council feels terribly uncomfortable with it. So.
Utilize strategies that preserve subsidized low to moderate income units on a long-term basis.
This is done already through the senior housing projects that the city has. So the strategy is to, just preserve those for what they were originally funded for. The one on 3200 West and the one on Sugar Factory Road, where the city was, there may need to be some of that housing set aside from the redevelopment that goes to help some preservation if it's required in the future. But both of those are run by Utah Nonprofit Housing, and so they generally take care of their facilities very well.
So given the fact that we partially do this on a limited basis, I'm curious, we've got 5 votes that are against this. Can you maybe explain why you're voting that way?
It's the words long term. I don't want to be subsidizing housing on a long-term basis. It's a principle for me that measures around poverty should be made to make poverty temporary, not tolerable. And this is more like,
Yeah. And the one thing is the senior housing projects, you have no choice because you've already taken federal funding to develop that, and it cannot ever be changed from anything but senior housing. And all that senior housing is income qualified for seniors that may in a certain income range. So
Some of
Apart
it,
from the seniors, it doesn't look like there's an appetite to expand that beyond what we're doing already.
well, and some of that for me is in the verbiage, because if the goal is that West Jordan City will subsidize low to moderate income units on a long-term basis, if we'll continue to pass through funds that may come to us, well, yeah, that's what those funds are for.
yes, and
But the
that's exactly what it means, Chris. It doesn't mean that you take money out of the general fund.
Yeah,
Use
but
the block grant
the
fund.
as I read that, if the goal is West Jordan City to subsidize it, then no. If it's for us to allocate funds and it's actually being subsidized by someone else's money, then that's
So I think if you read it a different way, so utilize strategies that preserve subsidized low to moderate income housing on a long-term basis. It doesn't mean you subsidize it; it means you preserve it. So,
Well, but there's, from my reading of that, there's still an implication that if you're utilizing strategies that preserve those units, that implies that you're throwing money at it. If it's somebody else's money, I'm okay. If it's city money, I'm not sure that I want to go down that road.
and that's the policy decision you made, and I think that's perfectly acceptable. So that's, you already are passing through block grant money for that purpose. So.
And so if we do include that on the plan, we have the ability to articulate those nuances, and we'll make sure that that's in there.
Cool.
So preserve existing moderate income housing. Larry, do you know the difference between this and the last question?
subsidies.
Yeah,
The other one was low.
this one is not subsidized housing. This is just moderate income housing. And this is what I went through. The city puts in a lot of block grant money, hundreds of thousands of dollars to the senior repair program, that Assist does, where they go and replace roofs, water heaters, that type of thing. So this is not preserving the existing subsidized housing. It's just preserving any moderate income housing if someone qualifies. So,
okay, perfect. Reduce impact fees as defined in that section of code related to low and moderate income housing.
and I would recommend against this.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I think we've
Mine's
got
frozen.
Oh, is it frozen?
Oh, there we go.
There you go. 7. Perfect. Participate in a community land trust program for low or moderate income housing.
This is kind of getting to the point where, at least in my mind, if we've only got to have 3 or 4 of these, if we've already seen the ones that we're actively doing or that would be reasonably feasible to do, I'd rather lean towards those rather than trying to start something new.
And I don't know of any land trusts in the city currently. So, and it doesn't say you need to form one. It just says you participate if there is one.
So implement a mortgage assistant program for employees of the municipality or of an employer that provides contracted services to the municipality.
This would be more aimed at like Heber, Park City area.
Right.
Yes, the city could do this if they chose to. I don't know if there's a need to do this in West Jordan.
That would have to require an explanation too. I'm not sure what that means, but
That means that like some communities, Park City, if you work there, the wage you're paid, there's no way that you could afford to live in that community. So it would have a big commute probably to the Salt Lake Valley. I don't even know if you could afford to live in Snyderville Basin. And so Jackson Hole, those type of communities, they do it already. They have several for rent homes for employees only, so that their firefighters and some police can live in the community rather than having to, you know, go over the mountain into Driggs, Idaho, that type of thing. So that's what that's for. So, and West Jordan does not have that issue. So
Okay.
Either because we pay too much or the houses don't cost. And never mind.
Any questions about this question?
and this would be what was used for the senior housing projects. That'd be Utah Nonprofit Housing. They applied for federal or state funding to construct those. There's other projects in the city that also, and that's if you want to continue that type of work with a nonprofit housing, then you would make this one of your goals.
Right. Okay. We're getting towards the end here. Apply for or partner with an entity that applies for programs offered by the Utah Housing Corporation within that agency's funding capacity.
Which they were going to fund 35 million, but I think they pared it down to 3 or 4 million.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I don't think there would be any coming to West Jordan, even if we did find a partner. So
Some of these I'd be okay discussing, but I don't want to make it a goal necessarily.
Yeah.
Like if there's an opportunity and somebody wants to discuss it, but I don't want it to be our goal to like go and search this out.
and again, this one is one that is currently not funded by the state. So
Right. Yeah, we can skip this one. Again, these, yeah, I don't know if we need to bother with this one as well.
and I quite frankly don't know what this means. Maybe Rob would know. I don't know what that means.
Okay. Have we covered everything that we are currently doing, Larry?
Yeah, I think so. I think if that the city has some public housing that's administered by the Housing Authority of Salt Lake County already. I don't know if you want to create any more, but preservation may be advantageous.
Yep. Okay. Similar question, but administered by WFRC and other like transportation agencies. I don't see a real need to do this either.
No,
Okay.
I don't.
Okay. Utilize a moderate income housing set aside from a community reinvestment agency, redevelopment agency, or community development and renewal agency.
Aren't we doing that already?
I think that there is money in the housing set aside, but I think yes, Calvin, that is the answer, because currently no, but a lot of that was used to build the senior centers, the 2 senior housing projects. I don't know if there's a lot of housing money set aside. I would have to find that out from the redevelopment agency, and that would be your policy decision. How you want to direct that housing fund. And so if you want to set up goals to say we want to do this every year with some of our housing set aside, then you could do that. Or if you just want to collect it for a while and then use it on one big project. I do know the state has become a little more aggressive with that. And there's communities that have large pots of housing set aside that they've done nothing with, and the state has threatened to take it away and use it elsewhere. And so, but I don't know. I don't do redevelopment here. I am not even familiar with what is in the housing set aside. So.
Okay. Any questions about this?
I'll be a yes on this one because I like the creativity that it may inspire.
And I'm saying no, because isn't that already done by the county?
Yeah, it can be, but it could also be done by West Jordan. So
Yeah, I wouldn't want to create another competing or an additional program where there's already something going. But that's just me.
Any others that voted yes that want to speak up as to why?
Because the legislature always likes people who do things creatively. I agree with Zach. That, I mean, if we came up with something that was creative and worked, then I think we ought to do it and
Get credit for it.
get credit for it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, that is the end of this slideshow. Larry, did you get enough feedback? Do you need some follow-up questions that you'd like to ask?
no, I got plenty of feedback, and then the stuff from the poll will help spark my memory. And over the next few months, I'll come back to the Planning Commission and the council with some updates to the moderate income housing plan, which will also update the housing numbers. So thank you. I appreciate it. Makes my job much, much easier.
Okay.
All right, next item was tattoo and body engraving services, and that's also Scott. This
Yeah.
was review and discuss potential changes to city code regarding tattoo and body engraving services.
Yep. Larry, if Larry could share his screen, that would be, he's got a simple PowerPoint. Just as he's doing that, the draft ordinance was presented to the Planning Commission, and they kind of talked about which zones would be most appropriate for this type of use. And the draft, as you've seen, contemplates putting it in the city center core zone, which is directly east of the city hall and municipal complex there on Redwood Road, and then the SC3 zoning district, which is mainly the commercial area of Jordan Landing, as well as some undeveloped property near 90th South and 5600 West. The Planning Commission weighed in, and they, as you can see on Larry's slide here, they forwarded their recommendation to you to consider expanding it not only to the SC3 and City Center core, but to our SC2 and M1 zones. And we've got a few maps that kind of show you graphically what that would do and how that would potentially expand the scope of this type of use in the city. So Larry, sorry, you've got the slides there.
And so the original proposal was just to put it in the SC3 zones, which are either in the Jordan Landing area, which is a regional commercial, or this property out by Mountain View on 90th South. I'm assuming everybody can see my cursor. So, and then everyone knows where the city center core property is. With the Planning Commission's recommendation, they wanted to also include SC2 properties, which are, anything from the Smiths area around 5600 West up here to the Reams. Actually, all Smiths in the city, the one on 70th, one on 90th, one on 40th, the one on 56th, over here by Cow Ranch, Macy's, that type of area. And also light industrial, which makes a huge swath of property for this to go into. The thing I would discourage is I think it'd be better for the city to keep industrial properties industrial rather than crowding them with these other type of commercial uses that can kind of get in the way of that industrial, because it is a very, very different type of environment out there. and to take up valuable space for these type of uses. I would just recommend against the M1 or the M1 zone. And so this is kind of the map of where I'll go back to the original. This was the original area of impact. It would just be in 3 very concentrated areas. And if you expand it to all these other zones, then it opens up a much, almost all areas of the city to a tattoo and body engraving services. Now, I've already spoken on the industrial, why I'm opposed to that. I think that, again, those areas need to become preserved for industrial type uses. And I've circled the areas that potentially could put a tattoo or body engraving service in close proximity to residential. Now you'll say, why didn't you circle 70th South up here? Which is true, I did not. That's because it's well buffered on the one side from residential and back here because it's really the backs of the stores, and the impact would be out here towards Redwood Road. Now, I'm not saying that it's not an impact to the residential environment, because it certainly is. Over when you get across the street, what I call the new Smiths, not the old Smiths, it's across the street, then that is much closer to some residential.
Wow, Larry, that dates you, Larry, when you say the new Smiths.
The new Smiths.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
I remember the old Smiths over here on the west side, and then they built the new Smiths.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I always said, Dad, why is one side say drug and the other says king?
Yeah.
That's scary that that was a Smiths, Larry.
Oh, Calvin, we're about
I know it was a Smiths.
Yeah, I can remember when it was an alfalfa field, so I digress.
I can remember when the Jordan School District property was a Grand Central. So
yeah.
I remember going shopping for school shoes with my mom at Grand Central before it became Fred Meyer, before I got the membership at Lifestyles.
Bought many an LP at Grand Central. They had a lot of.
So do we have to choose a zone, or can we as a council in a city just choose like 4 areas rather than an entire zone? Because I don't think Jordan Landing is going to be the best place, but I like the Smiths on 90th, the Smiths on 70th, and the other Smiths areas. I think those would be prime areas but I don't want it to be on these other smaller areas that are all throughout the city.
And is that where the conditional option could come into play?
The conditional, I think that I would probably need some legal guidance from our attorney on how we would accomplish
if it's
type of proximity. The zoning, controlling it by the zoning ordinance in the use table is the simplest way to do it. But as the council's already figured out, it really opens up areas where you may not want this type of use. And so if that's your direction, I think we certainly could work on a tool to accomplish both things.
I think it would just be great to choose 4 areas and keep it at 4 for now. And then if there's more that come up, then we can come up as a council and vote to open it up more. But I mean, like right now, I don't think there's 300 tattoo shops that are seeking business in West Jordan.
No, and I agree. I don't think so. And one thing I might add also is that, most areas that are SC2 are what you call impulse or convenience. People go there for stores, groceries, and that type of thing. Where SC3, I'm not saying it doesn't have the same use, but it's more of a destination. I think a tattoo would be more of a destination use rather than an impulse use. I suppose there's people that would drive by and say, hey, this tattoo, let's go get a tattoo today. There's probably many a child or kid that's done that, young person, I should say. But
next to a bar.
But if that's the direction, I don't know, Scott, we could probably put our heads together and figure out some way to accomplish this.
I don't like that idea personally. I like your original, well, if we're going to do this, I feel your original slide was the best
Okay.
thought.
Have they proposed a spot? Did I miss that?
No, nobody's proposed anything. This all started. You remember the guy that came?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I wondered if he had, and the whole thing when he came was about he really focused on the medical side.
Yes, correct.
So when I was thinking of, okay, well, let's put him someplace that makes sense, like where Jolly Pharmacy is, and because there's lots of different types of doctors in that area.
It's true.
I mean, if that's what he's focusing on, then those, to me, the little medical center areas where they have more dermatologists and skincare people, and the pharmacy that's over there would be a really good spot for something like that. If that's
Yeah, and I think that's more along the medical practice lines than.
But
when
he came back, that is not what he said. When we had the second thing, that was not his emphasis.
I see.
And so my thought is, I think I agree with you, Larry, that M1 is not a great place, but I think we need to look at the M1 zone completely. And that may be something that we just need to, in a future, sometime here in the future, look, because, M1 allows all kinds of really weird things, like I know that it allows massage and some of those others, and it doesn't make
churches.
Yeah, and some of in churches you got to almost allow anywhere, but some of those just don't make sense in the M1. So I think I agree with you on the M1, but I think we need to take an overall look at the M1. I'm worried. I don't know if you want to call it worried. The SC3 and the CC zone, I think, limit it too much, but the full SC2 zone may not be the best. I'm leaning towards, I agree with Chad. I would rather see us do something, and I'm just throwing ideas out as you're talking about this, as you're looking at some areas. If we were to measure so many feet from a house, like we do liquor stores and those kind of things, does that still allow an area like at 90th and Redwood, 70th and Redwood?
Yes, I believe, because at 70th and Redwood right now, in the I'll say the old Smith's shopping center, there already is a club or a where they serve alcohol, and so it meets those proximity requirements.
Chris's house is like 25 feet from that, so.
I'm not so sure a tattoo shop next to alcohol is a great idea, but hey,
Yeah.
I think a tattoo place next to a hot tub store is a great idea.
Well, again, I think there's a difference between reconstructive medical versus body art. And I know we've had that conversation before, but I'd hate to so rigidly regulate that reconstructive body tattoos would need to be in an industrial area instead of, I like what you were saying, Melissa, about having medical, dermatologist type reconstructive versus the regular body art. But I know can be a fine line.
And it's not something that has to even occur in West Jordan. The city council certainly can just say, no, that's not a use we want in our community.
It looks like our city attorney's camera has popped on.
I would hesitate going. I would hesitate going that far. That
well, we already are that far.
Doesn't mean it's where you ought to be. That would be a risky proposition. Let me throw out an idea. If you look at those areas that somebody just mentioned, 70th South and Redwood, 90th South and Redwood, 56 West and 78 South.
Yeah, it'd be these areas.
So. Yeah, they're bigger areas of zone. And maybe I would recommend, rather than now directing that you'd like to have a a linear distance between residential and these establishments. Just give the staff direction you'd like them to come back with something that is a little bit more expansive than M1 and SC3, but not quite as expansive as the full SC2, and let the staff kind of work out the best way to do that.
And we do have, you know, Robin, we do have a Redwood Road overlay zone. I could review that and see if there's some way we could
Sure.
control it within that.
The thing you want to steer clear of is that tattoo establishments, they're not, they have some First Amendment protection, and you don't want to start targeting them to the exclusion of other retail type uses, service type uses. On the other hand, you certainly can, you know, the conversation so far, I think, has been entirely appropriate. One of the examples of a limitation that I really like a lot is one that West Valley has done. I'm not saying we should do this, because we're not West Valley and we need to do what works for us. But they have an area that is considered a gateway. And if you think about the city there on 35th South and Redwood Road, they have an area there that they consider a gateway. And they've actually prohibited a list of a dozen and a half uses for two reasons in that zone. Because number one, they see it as the gateway, and it's not compatible for the city's image that it wants to create on gateway areas of the city. And number two, the architectural requirements that they've put on businesses that are in those gateway areas are pretty intense, and they just don't work well for things like gasoline stations, recreational vehicle sales, self-storage facilities, pawn shops, tattoo establishments. They've listed a group of those. And so to the reader, you can look at that code and say, yeah, this is not about First Amendment. This is not about we do or don't like tattoos personally. This is about certain types of service and retail uses that don't fit that area for what the city's trying to accomplish there. And I'm confident, you know, Larry's idea, that may be one way to do it. I'm sure that we can come up with that and maybe other ideas to help you target some of these larger areas where you are comfortable. Anyway, that's just my view of it. But I would discourage you from not allowing it anywhere.
Yeah,
given the protections that these kind of businesses have now developed, frankly, over the last decade or two.
Go ahead, Kelvin. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Zach.
I was just gonna make a snide comment. I think if we just call them body engraving locations, I think we'll have a lot less problem. What a great term.
Yeah. But I agree with you. I agree with you, Rob. I think that given the trend of the courts lately, we don't want to tread down I don't want to go down that path just because about 2/3 of the courts that have ruled that it's a First Amendment are border Utah. So, you know, it's one of those things that, but I like the idea of, and maybe it's, you know, just, you know, it could be something that if it's in an SC2 zone that's greater than so many acres, so it's the bigger ones. You know, there's lots of weird things that, but I'm gonna trust your creativity, because I think some of those SC2 zones are too small, but I think some of those SC2 zones are okay. So, you know, it's just one of those kind of things. What's the balance that we can do to make this work? And I hate to do more work for Larry and his staff, but if we could come up with something.
I think, yeah, I can get creative and just add some notes to the use table. And
well, and you know, Council, Larry's idea of the Redwood Road overlay, that's a great idea. I mean, you look at Redwood Road and the pass-through traffic and those zones. You could come up there. There are a number of uses like tattoo establishments that are already allowed there. And it would have very little impact other than what's already there. So I think we can come up with some things.
And the nice thing about the businesses, the SC2 businesses along Redwood, is they do, for better or worse, their backs are turned on the residential, and so it's well buffered. The residential is well buffered from actually where the action is, so to speak.
So Council Chair McConaughey, our time is spent here, but could we just, I know we're not voting here tonight, but I heard a couple different comments about focusing on different areas of the city. I heard Council Member Lamb say he wanted to look at 4. Do we have a general consensus that we should focus on those? I just don't want Larry to spend too much time if he's focused on the wrong target.
So that would be my proposal is the 4, but the rest of council, what do you guys think?
I think Rob's idea is a good one. We already have an overlay that gives us legally what we need. I think that makes more sense than picking and choosing.
That would limit us to just those commercial districts along Redwood Road.
Yeah.
Plus, but I'd say SC3 too.
Yeah, so SC3 and the Redwood overlay. So I'll work on something.
I'm fine with the planning commission's recommendation, just for my 2 cents.
I'm not a huge fan of overlay upon overlay upon overlay, but
Body
I
and
wouldn't be opposed to it either.
No, this overlay is already in place. So
Yeah, well, and the issue with that is it doesn't offer any opportunity on other similar areas like 5600 West. And I'd ideally like to see something on both, but I don't necessarily want to pull 56 West into a new overlay or have a special overlay just for this. But to start with, I would not be opposed to just doing like within the Redwood Road overlay. And then if we need to revisit this down the road, no pun intended. Sorry, Dirk, that's your department. Revisit this a little bit later and perhaps expand it out. I'd rather start conservative and then expand later. So.
Okay. Thank you. That's great clarity. Thank you, Council.
All right. So do you need anything else from us on this item?
I think we're good. Thank you.
All right. So let's jump over to, let's see, you should be sharing screen. Give me just a second to bring a couple other things up real quick. Sorry, every time we switch sharing, it hides the participants panel and the chat panel, so I can't see anything else. Okay, so next item is new business. These are things that are going to be coming to the council here shortly. First up is WJ West Jordan Airport rezone. And just a clarification, WJ Airport is the name of the entity that owns the property that's being considered. It is not looking at a rezone of the airport. I had a frantic call from a resident saying, "Are you really doing something with the airport, rezoning the airport?" It's an entity nearby. Scott, can you give a little bit of information on what the council should expect to hear on this one?
Sure. It's located actually off of Airport Road and about 6200 South. It's currently, I don't know if I could share my screen.
Sure.
Okay. Might provide a little clarity and resolve some concerns. Let me flip over here. Okay, you should be seeing that screen now. So it is this property that I just highlighted. So this property right here, it's currently zoned M1, which is light industrial. However, let me turn the zoning on. You can see our airport overlay zone right there. Sorry, I misspoke. It's SC2, but
I thought part of the property was M1 and part of it was SC2. Yeah, there you go.
That's where I misspoke, Councilman. So our general plan is the colored section of the map that you see. and the colored map has the property split. So our general plan, half of it is light industrial, half of it's neighborhood commercial, but the actual zoning, which gives the property entitlement to develop, is zone SC2. And so the proposal is to expand this gray, expand the general plan up into this pink area, so displace this commercial area, and then rezone the property to the light industrial, which is the zoning to the south. So
Scott,
that-
remind me what during planning commission, it's a dollar store and a, what's the existing commercial?
Larry, can you clarify? I think there's a McDonald's.
I think there's a gas station, a McDonald's, and a dollar store. Yeah, that's right.
I think it's Family Dollar, not a dollar store.
Okay. I just remember they said dollar something during planning commission.
Right. So there is concern there. The property owner who owns those commercial businesses that we just spoke of, he showed up to the planning commission and spoke in opposition, and so they may or may not show up at the city council meeting. But that is the gist of the request. We have a concept plan that shows some industrial office warehouse type buildings throughout the property.
So I need to know what will bring in the most property tax. Will a rezone bring in more, or would peaking at commercial and having commercial be there?
Ultimately,
Yes,
commercial.
thank you.
All right.
Right now, it's bringing in very low property tax, but between I think if I'm understanding your question, if it was developed as industrial or commercial, then yeah. Now, if it was a data center there, then I could be wrong, but
Right. There's a lot of variables to the taxing that could take place.
Yeah, but that was my question. Thank you.
All right. So we'll look forward to information coming so that this can be heard on a future meeting. Let me share my screen again if I could. Actually, I think I can just steal it from you. All right, and then the next item is a roundabout proposal at 6400 West and 78 South. Although I know there's been a flurry of emails that basically said this isn't actually new business for the council. There's nothing that the council will be deciding on. So this doesn't really belong here. It won't be something on an agenda. So that can be ignored for now.
But it's on there, so I'd like to make a couple of statements. And my statements are, I'd request a list of all proposed roundabouts on the transportation plan. I've received several emails and reach outs about this roundabout. And so I hope the mayor is seeing them too, and that he can address them, since we're being told it's not for us. But I would really appreciate a list of any future proposed roundabouts, because somehow I missed that in that plan, and I don't want to miss another one.
And I believe that Alan is sending that out to the mayor. And I too have responded to emails. I know some are a proponent of it, some are against it for the exact same issues of public safety. And but I agree, it's not something that most people as new drivers especially know how to navigate. I've talked to many students taking driver's ed, and it's right up there with parallel parking. It doesn't get worked on. So I think there's some angst and hesitation to have roundabouts, although it is true it can speed up commute time. You're not coming to a complete stop, but pros and cons. And I agree, Councilmember Whitelock. I think different places it might be better than others with different traffic levels. So I too would just like to see, since it's kind of an interesting thing where we're in charge of the master transportation plan, but it's not a legislative function to have roundabouts. That's executive, if I'm understanding correctly.
Well, and that's where I think this leads into a good conversation that we need to have some point at the relatively near future, because a while back this became a legislative function when the council passed a resolution requiring any roundabout on an arterial to be approved by the city council. Anything that was under construction prior to October of whatever year that passed was exempted. And then with the change in form of government, this changed, and that legislative intent seems to have been done away with. So I have some questions for the attorney's office as well as development that I'll be asking offline, but it's good to see that there are a number on the council that have concerns with this one too.
I know we all have kind of short memories, but we did approve this roundabout within the last probably 18 months. This came specifically under that previous ordinance that had the city council approved roundabouts. This roundabout was expressly approved by the city council already.
But what I would like to do, because I've had some of those calls, and if it's all right with the council, at another time, even though it wouldn't be an official council meeting, I would like to have a meeting and any of you would be invited to come. I've got some calls from residents and emails as well to discuss the pros and cons of this one, to see if we want to make any changes. But Zach is correct. This one was specifically approved at that time, and it also was approved prior to the date of that. It was started prior to that date. So, but there's two reasons that's why that didn't end up.
Okay. So this is the same one then that was kind of snuck in where we had a different. Okay, never mind. Our time has passed, but I'm glad to see this isn't an additional roundabout beside the one that we already addressed a year ago.
Well, I'll be getting back in touch with all the council. If anyone's interested in that meeting, then we can do that.
So it's listed as new business. It's not new business, but there it is. Whoops. And then this is the unfinished business for reference. We'll come back to that one a little bit later. It's also up on the agenda. We're going to take a short break from the work session, and then we will convene the regular city council meeting at 7 p.m. Just a quick heads up, we do have a number of public hearings tonight. We're going to be starting off with the different agency meetings, the redevelopment agency meeting, municipal building authority meeting, and the Fairway State Special Service District meeting. There are public hearings for each of those. So if you want to participate in one of those public hearings or in citizen comments or in one of the 3 public hearings after citizen comments, there's the information to do so. We'll have a little bit more about that when we reconvene after the recess. But we'll go ahead and we'll take our break. We'll reconvene at 7 p.m. I would encourage the council to turn off your cameras for now, and we'll start those back up again after the pledge. Thanks, everyone. We'll reconvene in about 13 minutes. And if you're not already on mute, I'd encourage you to do so. All right. Good evening, everyone. We will go ahead and reconvene our city council meeting for this evening, which is Wednesday, May 27th. All members of the council are present. We're also accompanied by Mayor Dirk Burton, CAO Corbin Lee, various members of staff, and of course the public as well. We're going to start off tonight. It's a little bit of a different agenda this evening because of some of the different agency meetings that we have. I'll talk about that here in just a moment, but we'll deviate from the published agenda and move up the Pledge of Allegiance to address that first. Tonight, leading us in the pledge will be Chief Derek Maxfield with our fire department. Chief Maxfield.
Please join with me in repeating the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Chief. All right, I will invite the council to start their cameras. And we will continue with the meetings for this evening. So as I mentioned, tonight's a little bit different than most other nights. We have different agency meetings. So the members of the West Jordan City Council also act as board members for some of these special agencies or special entities, such as the Fairway Estates Special Service Recreation District, Municipal Building Authority, and the the Redevelopment Agency. Those meetings, similar to other city council meetings, fall under the same requirements as other public entities. Any action that we take needs to be done in public where everybody can see what's going on. There's a good level of transparency there. And to promote that transparency, we typically have those meetings the same times and same nights that we have our city council meeting. So before we jump into the regular city council business, we're going to walk through each of these different agency meetings. Now, tonight there's been a budget presented for each of these. Our budget year goes July 1st through June 30th. So we're just coming up on the end of the current budget year, and we need to pass or accept a tentative budget for the upcoming budget year. And doing that requires a public hearing. So just like with the regular city budget, the public is also invited to attend the public hearings. If you'd like to make a comment about these specific agency meetings, you're welcome to do so. And then once we're done with these three, then we'll go back into our regular city council meeting. So before we jump into the Fairway Estates Special Service Recreation District meeting, just a quick heads up as to how you can join us if you want to participate in any of the public hearings. So we have 3 public hearings, one for each of these agencies. Then once we get to the regular city council meeting, there'll be an opportunity during citizen comments if you'd like to speak. And then there are also some additional public hearings that we have after citizen comments. So there'll be a lot of opportunity for input tonight. The method to join for any of these is exactly the same. And if you'd like to participate, we'd encourage you to jump in now. Here's the information on how to log in for your computer. There's the meeting ID that you'll punch in and the password. If you can only join by phone, you're welcome to do so, but we really would encourage you to join by computer. It's a lot easier that way. When you do join by computer, you'll see something that looks like the screen off on the left where you'll see the opportunity to raise hand. When you do, click on that raise hand button, it'll turn green. And then once it's your turn to speak, you'll see something like this. The host would like you to unmute your microphone. Then you'll be able to unmute the mic on your computer. You'll be able to speak for up to 3 minutes or so if you're speaking on behalf of yourself, 5 minutes if it's for a group. And then that is going to be how you participate in the hearings tonight. So that said, you'll see down in the bottom right corner of each of these slides, we have the meeting information for anybody who would like to join in. We're going to start tonight with the Fairway Estates Special Service Recreation District Board meeting, which I'll call to order. First item of business is the public hearing to adopt the tentative budget for fiscal year 2021. And Denise Steck is going to be talking to us on this one. And let me make sure I have bumped her up to be a panelist so she can talk to everybody. Give it a few seconds there. All right, Denise, are you there?
I am in my office. How are you?
Fantastic. Thank you for your help tonight with these. if there's nothing that you have to share on your screen, I can keep this up, or do you need to share as we go through these?
I do not. The Fairway Estates, all of these entities that we're going to go through over the next couple minutes have been posted to our website and are available for public viewing. If the public does not have access to our website, they can come into the city recorder's office and they have a copy as well. The budgets as we've presented are balanced and ready for public comment. We will be receiving public comment, as you stated, twice this week and the next meeting, which will be June 10th. And then following that will be the certification of the property tax rates and the adoption of the final budget. So Fairway Estates is a small budget. It is self-sustaining and it is fully balanced with its fees. It's not using any fund balance at this point. So that's it. Thank you.
Are there any questions or clarifications the council would like from Ms. Stick before we open the public hearing? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody who wishes to comment on this one or share any thoughts is welcome to do so now. I don't see anybody that's joined only by phone. If you would like to comment, just hit the little button at the bottom that says raise hand. I'll give just a few more seconds here. And not seeing anybody from the public wishing to speak wishing to speak at this time, I will close the public hearing and return to the council for discussion or a motion regarding adoption of the tentative budget for fiscal year 2021.
I move that we adopt the tentative budget for fiscal year 2021.
I'll second it.
All right. So we have a motion for approving resolution 20-33 from council or board member Green, second by board member Worthen. Any discussion by the board? All right, seeing none, let's vote. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Board member Whitelock,
Yes.
board member Jacob,
Yes.
board member Green,
Yes.
board member Pack. I'll come back to him. Board member Lamb,
Yes.
board chair McConaughey,
Aye.
board member Worthen,
Yes.
board member Pack.
Looks like he was booted out and he is now as an attendee. Let me switch him over to panelist real quick. All right, board member Pack should be back.
Okay, board member Pack.
Yes, thank you.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, I would make a motion to adjourn the Fairway Estates Special Service Recreation District Board meeting and convene the Municipal Building Authority meeting.
Second.
Motion by Board Chair McConaughey, second by Board Member Whitelock. All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, I call to order the Municipal Building Authority meeting. We have tonight a public hearing to adopt the tentative budget for fiscal year 2020 to 2021. And I would again turn it over to Ms. Steck for a little bit of background.
Thank you. The Municipal Building Authority is a separate entity. It holds the debt on the Public Works Building. It issued the debt and holds the debt on the Public Works Building. And it has the authority to lease the Public Works Building out to the city first, and then any entity if the city chose not to appropriate funds to lease the Public Works Building. In the current budget, we have allocated funds to lease the Public Works Building. I can't imagine that we wouldn't, but should we have allocated those funds in the general fund. They will come into the Municipal Building Authority and they will pay the debt service on that building. Once the building's debt service is paid in full, then the building becomes the property of the city and the MBA becomes dormant unless it issues debt on any other building after that time. So the MBA has lease proceeds of $1.8 million and debt proceeds of this exact same amount. It's a balanced budget, and it is presented to you for public comment as well as the adoption of this tentative budget.
Are there any questions for Ms. Steck before we move to the public hearing? All right, I will open the public hearing. Not yet seeing any raised hands, so if anybody would like to comment on this, now would be your time to do so.
I'm assuming you mean the minutes from your email.
I'm sorry, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Seeing nobody for the Municipal Building Authority public hearing, I will close the hearing and return to the council for discussion or a motion.
I will do a motion if nobody else has any comments. I move to adopt the tentative budget for fiscal year 2020 to 2021 for the Municipal Building Authority.
I'll second it.
I was getting nervous there. Motion by board member Lamb, second by board member Jacob. If I keep saying council member, please interpret that as board member in this setting. That's a motion to approve resolution number 103. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, let's vote.
And I'll remember to mute when I'm done. Board member Pack.
Yes.
Board member Green.
Yes.
Board member Jacob.
Yes.
Board member Lamb.
Yes.
Board chair McConaughey.
Aye.
Board member Worthen.
Yes.
And board member Whitelock.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, I move to adjourn the Municipal Building Authority meeting and convene the redevelopment agency meeting.
Second.
Motion by board member McConaughey, second by board member Green, third by board member Whitelock. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the MBA meeting stands adjourned, and I'll call to order the redevelopment agency meeting. Similar, this is to adopt the tentative budget for the fiscal year 2020 to 2021 through resolution number 220. I'll turn it again over to Ms. Steck.
Thank you. Resolution number 220 asks you to adopt the tentative budget for the redevelopment agency. The budget in total for redevelopment is $4.6 million. A lot of that is tax increment revenue. As we don't have any large projects currently in the redevelopment agency going on, we do have some agreements and incentives which we've reviewed in the past. So we present the redevelopment agency budget to you as balanced and full and ready for your adoption. Thank you.
Any questions or clarifications before we open the public hearing? All right, seeing none, I will open the public hearing for the redevelopment agency meeting. And if there's anybody who wishes to speak regarding this budget, now would be the time to do so. And out of the 18 folks that are in attendance, I don't see any hands raised. So I will close the public hearing and return to the council for discussion and or a motion. Don't all jump at once.
Sorry, I had to plug my computer in. I'll move that we approve the tentative budget of the redevelopment agency for fiscal year 2020 to 2021.
And I'll second for discussion.
Okay. Any discussion to the motion? Council or board member Whitelock?
Yeah, when I went through these funds and looked at them, what they're for is to bring in business. we have got to work on that. And I guess at this point, maybe it's we as in mayor and staff, but we've got funds available that are restricted, that are just sitting there. They're not benefiting our city. So we have got to work on this. We shouldn't have that much money just sitting there that can't benefit the current or future residents. So let's please work on probably getting an economic development director who can then help us to be able to use those funds in the very best way we can to bring in the best commercial for our city. So please, let's work on that.
Okay. Any other discussion to the motion? Let's vote. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Board Member Whitelock,
Yes.
Board Chair McConaughey,
Aye.
Board Member Lamb,
Yes.
Board Member Worthen,
Yes.
Board Member Jacob,
Yes.
Board Member Green,
Yes.
and Board Member Pack.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, I move to adjourn the redevelopment agency meeting and reconvene the city council meeting.
Second.
Motion by Board Chair McConaughey, second by, I think, Board Member Whitelock to speech out. Sorry, Board Member Pack. All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the RDA meeting stands adjourned. And if I can find the button, we will reconvene our city council meeting. So next item we have for this evening is citizen comments. So again, there are a couple opportunities to speak tonight. We do have a number of other public hearings. During the public hearings, your comments need to be limited to just that topic for the public hearing. For citizen comments, it's an open forum. You can talk about anything you'd like. It does not have to be on the agenda. This is your opportunity to be heard by the council for up to 3 minutes or so. 5 if you're speaking on behalf of a group, 3 if it's just for yourself. Typically, the council likes to respect your right to be heard, so we just listen. We don't usually engage in back and forth dialogue. If there are questions that need to be followed up, we can do so offline and have the appropriate member of staff help you out, or council members if necessary. For the citizen comments, we do require that those participating help maintain the decorum of the meeting, which means for the electronic, while we're doing this through Zoom, we're not accepting any anonymous comments. So as you log in, please be sure to use your real name. And then of course, verbal attacks against others or being disrespectful is not supported and may result in being dismissed. So with that, I'll open public comments. And here, let's jump through this. You've already seen these slides. And if anybody from the public wishes to speak, please hit the little raise hand icon at the bottom of the screen. And seeing nobody from the public wishing to speak, I will close citizen comments and we will proceed to the next item on the agenda, which is communications. Sorry, before we do that, just a quick note. If you're not able to join us live and participate during citizen comments, you do have the ability to make sure you're heard by the council. There's a phone number that you can call and leave a voicemail that gets sent to all of us. Or you can also send an email to councilcomments@westjordan.utah.gov. That goes to all members of the council as well. So even if you weren't able to join us live, if you're watching the recording, you're still able to have your voice heard. That said, let's move over to communications and we will start with the mayor's report. Mayor Burton. First item to report seems to be an issue with the mute button. There you go.
Well, I'd like to start today by thanking you, council, for your work you've done on the budget and you continue to do. I think we've made some good progress so far. And thank you for your willingness to help get us to this good spot. And I think because of the spot we're in is a result of the work that you have done and continue to do. So we are prepared to assist you as you continue to work through your budget to get that ready to be passed in the next few weeks. And as the state has changed its guidelines and adjusted that for COVID-19 from red to yellow, some regular meetings are beginning to happen again. I've attended the Utah League of Cities and Towns meeting, Western Growth Coalition, Salt Lake City Airport Advisory Board, among others. It's good to be having meetings. All those have been electronic still, but they're still holding meetings. That's great. Here in the city, we're kind of getting closer back to what normal is. While many employees are still working from home, we're following the governor's guidelines to host meetings online when possible. We do have our customer service department totally open, and our service development doors are open. And as you're aware, we're also opening up our park facilities. So that's exciting. All the neighborhood park playgrounds have been opened as of last weekend. And while our regional playgrounds will open up next Monday, along with the small and medium pavilions and baseball fields. The splash pad, however, is still delayed along with the soccer complex and large pavilions due to regulatory requirements and staffing. We hope the day will come when we can have those open and functioning. Beginning this Friday, I'm having what I call my mayor circle. This is a meeting where a group of residents get together and give me some advice and guide me as we go through navigate the road ahead. I've been wanting to do this ever since I've been the mayor, but due to the pandemic that has delayed it. So this will be my first meeting, and I don't know how often I'll do it, but I'll do it frequently and look forward to hearing from the public as they give me direction on how they think I can do my job well. Last night, I attended a neighborhood meeting near 70th South and Woodwood Road in Councilman McConaughey's district regarding some residential treatment home. So you know, some of the discussion we had with them is the federal government requires us to permit those or allow those to be in residential areas. So there's little we can do about that, but we helped relieve some of the concerns of the residents as they met with the hosts of the residential homes and found out how that works. And we have a couple of those in the city, and that was a new one. So there was a little excitement about that. And I think the meeting went well, and the neighbors feel comfortable knowing what they haven't, just knowing what's going on. And I continue to visit businesses. The last two that I went to is Nag Tag and Dunkin' Donuts. So Nag Tag is a business here in West Jordan that does engraving and specializes on name tags and other specialties like full color name tags, photo IDs, things like that. These are clients all over the country. It was a pleasure visiting with them. Their work has gone down since this pandemic has come in. But one of the things they're making are some little keychains and some things like that that talk about some great, talks about I lived or survived the 2020 pandemic. If you haven't seen some of the things, there was a news article about it on Channel 13. I'll try and get a hold of that and share that with you. Also, Dunkin' Donuts, they did extremely well after the pandemic came, and their work has shifted. A lot of their food they serve, as you know, it's donuts, to convenience stores, and convenience stores aren't doing as much as they used to do. So their market used to be about 50-50 for grocery stores and convenience stores. Now it's about a 60-40, 60 grocery stores and 40 convenience stores. They're hoping to get the convenience stores volume back up like it was. But one of my favorites from them is their chocolate donut, dunked in a cold glass of milk, of course. Yes, I did get one of those today too. And then they have a fantastic history, and they're another one that started as a mop pie shop, and they're doing great. Something I learned today too, they make the buns for Five Guys. So if you go to Five Guys in Jordan Landing, you're getting the buns. They're also made in Jordan Landing. Now that's a secret recipe for the Five Guys buns, different than any other bun across the world. And Dunkin' Donuts has that secret recipe and makes those buns for Five Guys. Just a little thing there. That's all I have to present you. Do you have any questions on anything that I didn't talk about you'd like to hear about? Wonderful. Thank you, Janine.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Next up is the CAO's report. So, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Chair, Council. Just want to update you on a few things that are happening around the city. You should see the work nearing completion at the intersection of 78th South and 40th West. Striping's being done. There's a little bit more work on the crosswalks, some of the final landscaping, but that impact to the traffic is on the downward slope and should be coming to an end in the next few weeks. It's been a long construction project. I know it's had an impact on a lot of our residents. In Public Works, I want to let you know about the good work our water department's doing, particularly Tony Miller. He's one of our division leads there in water. As the pandemic has closed down a number of schools, a number of businesses, he and his team have jumped on that and used the opportunity to trade out a lot of commercial water meters. As the demand on those commercial meters is less, it's given us a chance to really upgrade a number of those commercial meters where there were problems with many of the meters. His team's been able to swap them out, which normally has been very challenging to swap out those commercial meters because they're on businesses and schools that require you to actually shut down the water for a period of time to change out the meter. So they've taken good advantage of this pandemic and accomplished something that's been kind of a challenging problem for us for a little while. We are starting to take applications for passports in our new passport office. It's by appointment only, but starting on Monday, June 1st, we'll take our first passport application, and we will ramp up our efforts there with our passport office. And as the economy, as things open back up, our passport office will go into full production. But we're excited to have our very first passport applications happening this coming Monday. The city recorder functions between Tangi and Cindy, they're working hard on getting everything switched over to electronic record storage system. We have been doing electronic record storage and some paper storage. We're in the process, starting with all records beginning from May onward. Everything will be electronic record storage. And then we'll start working our way back on some of the paper storage going backwards from that point. You may have noticed on Monday the parade, the car show parade that took place on Monday at noon. It wound around the west half of our city. That was a big success. Lindsay Schoenbrunn in our events division really did a great job there. We had well over 100 vehicles participate in the parade. We had a lot of positive feedback through social media, through phone calls, more so than any of our events. It didn't cost us anything except a little bit of staff time and effort. We did a really, what I consider to be a really good thing for the community and creating an event and getting a way for people to get out, participate, get out of their homes, participate with the community in some way. Yet we didn't create too big of crowds in any one area. It was all socially distant. And it gave way for a lot of these car enthusiasts to show off their cars. It was an awful lot of fun. I hope we're able to do some things like this ongoing in the future. Tawny is working on, speaking of events, Tawny's working on a new summer schedule with Lindsay and the rest of the community engagement team regarding different events. The next one starting up is our food truck roundup. We'll have a food truck roundup out at Ronwood Park once a week starting on Tuesday. You'll see that going forward. She's going to email the council specifics about dates and times for all these different events, but we have high school graduation parades upcoming the next week. Quite a few different events throughout the summer, all events we're trying to do with a limited staff, a limited budget, and try not to create crowds or gatherings of sizable amounts, but still create opportunities for our citizenry to get out and enjoy the community. Finally, I just wanted to mention something that Jared Smith's been working on. He last week in our budget work session, I talked about the CARES Act plan. Jared's been working hard on that over the past week. He has a really rough draft. We're going to refine that a little bit and talk with you a little bit about that either tomorrow or the following week, but just try to keep you informed about how we intend to take advantage of that CARES Act funding that's coming from the federal government. So more details to come. I just want you to know we're working hard on that as well. And That's about it I have. Any questions for me?
Doesn't appear to be any. Thank you.
May I please ask a couple of questions, Chair?
Mr. Pack, or Councilmember Pack.
Thanks so much. Thank you very much, Corbin. Hey, couple of questions. I guess number one, with the passport office, could you please help me and us understand what is the difference between going to City Hall versus going to, let's say, a post office? What are the services that we provide that might make it a more pleasant experience? And is anything different?
I'm glad you opened that door. We're hoping to make it a very good customer service experience at the City Hall. So for example, right now we have to do it by appointment because of the COVID-19 restrictions, but in the future it will be by walk-up. Most passport services at post offices are by appointment only, and they only do one appointment per hour. We will do it by walk-up as things open up, and we'll have as many available per hour as we can accommodate with our staffing and facilities, which should be quite a few. As we fully ramp up, we intend to offer the passport services even into the evenings and on some limited hours on Saturdays, which is a really big deal in my mind, because normally you can't get a passport except from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. However, if you want to get a passport for your kids, you have to have both parents present and the kid present to get a passport. That's very difficult to do Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. So as we ramp up fully and can offer passport services in the evenings and on weekends, we can make it a lot more convenient for family members, for people with their work-life schedule to come and get the passport services done here. Otherwise, it's about the same as at the post office. We'll offer the photos, we'll do the processing, and we are an official passport acceptance agency, just like the post office. The State Department lists us currently on their State Department website. And so you can get all the same services at a post office, just more convenient, quicker, without an appointment, and hopefully with phenomenal customer service from happy city employees.
Well, thank you. And then may I please ask a question on the parade? Well, I thought the parade was great. It was nice seeing the police escort and some sirens going, everybody having a good time. And because we have upcoming parades planned, especially for West Jordan and Copper Hills High for graduation, I just wanted to ask, and this might go into Chief Wallentyne, but I just noticed that a lot of vehicles, some of the hatchbacks were up, people sitting in the back, people in the back of flatbed trucks, or people standing up through sunroofs. I'm just curious, especially with upcoming parades, is there anything different with regard to how you need to operate a vehicle, whether it's a driver or a passenger? I know that with our upcoming Copper Hills parade, it's been suggested and heavily encouraged that a parent or some other family member drive as opposed to the graduate, so that the graduate can just focus on being excited and being honored as opposed to having to focus on the road as well. So I just, of course, wanted to ask the question just to err on the side of caution, but also not to be a Debbie Downer and throw a wet blanket on an awesome parade. Is there anything different as we're going through parade routes that would deviate from normal vehicle operation?
I can't really speak to vehicle operation. The chief's probably the best one to ask about that, but we are strongly encouraging the parade attendees, the parade participants, along with the schools, to make sure they have a driver who can focus on driving and driving safety. And then someone else who, the senior can focus on waving and seeing the crowd. I think what the school's doing is correct. On the parade on Monday, I didn't see any, what I considered any risky behavior from the drivers. Most of the drivers I saw were very cautious, considerate. The speeds were slow. I thought it was very well done, very safe. Actually safer than other parades where we're throwing candy and having large crowds on the sides of the road. So hopefully our parades with the high schools will be similar.
Yeah, definitely agreed that driving was no problem. I was just curious if there was any allowance for people riding in the back of a truck or standing up through a sunroof or anything, because I thought it was safe too, but I just hate to see someone ticketed or some problem.
I'm not sure. I don't imagine we'll be really heavy-handed during the parade, but if we see something that the officers deem to be unsafe, I hope they'll say something and just try to encourage safe practices.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Mr. Lee? All right, seeing none, next up is Jared Smith.
Okay, thank you, Chair and Council. I appreciate the time. I also have to say, Chair, I hope I'm not out of line by saying your Corona beard is growing in quite nicely. It's an joy to see. It's a pleasure to see every couple of weeks how it's grown in between one council meeting to the next. So well
I
done.
thought you were about to call me out for accidentally sharing my screen as I was adjusting the calendar for the next agenda planning meeting. So much rather be called out for that. Thank you.
Well done. I just want to start out, let you know there's a lot of money and resources that are coming out from the CARES Act. If it's the CARES Act and the way that was funded and the way the expenditures have come out can be quite confusing. There's different branches of the federal government that have received an allotment of money that they've then passed down through their branches. So, for example, the Department of Justice has given the police department an allotment of money. Health and Homeland Security has given the fire department an allotment of money. There's an allotment of money that's gone towards from housing and urban development that's gone towards the CDBG type funding, community development block grants. And so there's lots of different avenues of funding. We're starting to see that hit the community. For example, Salt Lake County made a donation to the Utah Food Bank of about $1 million, just almost $750,000, which equates to over 1 million pounds of food. And so, my hope is that as this money gets released and kind of infiltrates the community, we're able to help those members of the community that are at most need, and it's able to get to them. And so, excited to see some of this money start to come forward, and hopefully it helps the people that need it the most. Along with that, there's if anyone is inclined and wants to donate, there's you can go to feedut.org, and it lists any pantries that's nearby or ways to volunteer or donate food or money to any organization that's nearby. So that's another good resource for us to go to for if we are so inclined to donate anything. Last week, the governor released the Utah Leads 3.0. And what the focus of this one was really to focus, now we've learned enough about the coronavirus that we know that it affects high-risk populations. And so the governor and the state are focusing in on these high-risk populations. Certainly a big portion of that is aging facilities. And also, the big focus of this plan was economic recovery for the state. There's big economic loss that the state's incurred. And so, the governor's plan is to say, let's focus on some ways that we can be innovative in Utah, as we usually are. And so, the plan there for the governor is to focus on the high-risk population through the coronavirus and to focus on economic recovery. Just for your information, along with that, I spent some time with the health department today talking to how they are affecting the governor's guidelines with the at-risk populations. They are testing the aging facilities and high-risk vulnerable population facilities. And so they are testing those. And so that's a good thing that those populations that we've identified are getting resourced and getting tested. So, we can protect those as best as possible. So some good news. Good news is that cases overall across the United States are declining. We've seen some decline in the last few weeks, and so that's good news. It's a steady decline. It's kind of a rigid up and down pattern, but overall the cases are declining, and fatalities from coronavirus are declining. So, and across Europe, you'll see that for a lot of the countries of Europe, their fatalities have gone down to below about 100 a day, which is good to see. I think what we're going to have to wait and see is what happens in Brazil. Brazil is having a big increase, a large outbreak of the coronavirus, and a lot of fatalities are coming along with that. So we're going to have to kind of keep an eye on how that evolves there. But you know, the hope is that there has the measures we've taken will help control and contain the spread and mitigate those that are most at risk for ill effects of the virus. The good news, continue to have good news that in the county, our ICU counts have continued to stay steady. We're right in between the 35 to 40 number as we've been for the past 6 to 7 weeks. And so that's a good sign that we're not seeing an increase. I think it's going to be interesting in the next 10 to 14 days to see if, Memorial Day weekend is going to have an increase in the spread of coronavirus. If there's going to be an increase in cases as more people certainly gathered together as family, gathered together as groups, recreated and got together. So we'll see if, the number of cases hold or if it spikes. If there's no spike, then I think that's good news that, we can safely get out and recreate without fear of getting the virus. But I think it's still going to be a couple of weeks until we see the results of that. The last thing that I just wanted to bring up is, to me, is the best news in the city, all across the country, even in the county. We see cases of our firefighters and police officers that are being impacted, being affected, and infected by the coronavirus. Very grateful that we still haven't had any cases of positive cases of coronavirus in our police and fire, our public safety personnel, and our public works personnel. And so we're grateful that we've been able to avoid that. There's been a lot of measures taken by these departments. We had a good discussion this week about some of the measures that are being taken by public works and police and fire. While they still continue to provide as much service as they can, but still maintain levels of social distancing and keep themselves safe. So just wanted to report in on some good news. I think it's great news that, at Genoa overall as a city, we continue to do very well.
Any questions for Mr. Smith? All right. Thanks, Jared. Appreciate it. Next up, council office report. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Get my notes here. Appreciate, just since our last meeting, appreciate the services and assistance from the city recorder's office, specifically Cindy Quick, who has helped this office of one right now. The council office continues to work to refine the digital process of the council packet creation and retrieval. And I think it's working very well. I appreciate the staff in being enthusiastic and the department heads in participating and moving us to this digital effort. Since our last meeting, I've spent some time reading the tentative budget, helping answer a few questions council members have asked, and also spent considerable time with Denise in administration services going over budget questions in preparation for the meeting tomorrow, as well as the future budget workshop as we prepare for a budget. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Okay, next up is, if there's no questions from Mr. Anderson, and there doesn't seem to be, so I will go through just kind of each member of the council, starting with Councilmember Worthen.
Okay, Corbin already brought this up, but the parade was awesome. I loved it. Quite honestly, I don't think I have smiled that much for that long for quite a while. The state of the world is a little unstable, so it's day by day we tend to try to get through. But I had a great opportunity to ride in a fire truck, first opportunity I've ever had in my life. So I felt like a 5-year-old. I was so excited. And I want to thank Station 54 for that. Great guys. Really, it was fantastic. And seeing all the people, and when we drove past in the fire truck, you could just tell how happy people were to see our first responders out there, and so grateful for them. So I want to thank the staff for putting that together, and especially the guys in the truck and taking us along. It really was enjoyable. Also, I want to shout out to our graduates. Congratulations, guys. I'm seeing a lot of pictures that are being taken, because you can get your photos taken out at the high schools. I know it's different, but it seems like it's a lot of fun. I mean, it's been getting a lot of positive feedback that, it's definitely different than sitting in an auditorium or a convention center for a few hours listening to a bunch of speeches. The kids seem to be having a really good time. Also wanted to give a shout out to one of my neighbors. I live in the Teton Estates area, and we have a neighbor that the guy steps up every time someone needs help. His name is Sean O'Brien, and I have watched him do random acts of kindness all through the neighborhood. He gives out food at local elementaries and churches and parks while we're going through this pandemic to low-income families and people who need it. We had a neighbor that had the little boy's bike was stolen, and he offered to give the kid a new bike. Every time somebody has trouble, I mean, seriously, I had a skunk in my yard, and the guy trapped it and caught it and took it away. I mean, that's like above and beyond a good neighbor. So just wanted to shout out for that. Wanted to thank everybody that's out there that's kind of doing those extra mile things right now, because it's you don't know what people are going through. We all have different points of view on this. Definitely see it within my own community. Some people are excited that you can go outside and do things, and they're not necessarily respecting everything that they should be respecting. For those, I just want to say, look, we all have different points of view. Some people are more scared, some people are freewheeling, but let's all just respect each other and be kind, and really take people like Sean O'Brien and live from that example. And although we might not believe what someone else believes, then it's okay. Let's respect that. One great example is this group. I have people sometimes say to me, boy, do you guys get along? Do you like each other? Because sometimes we see you up there and you disagree, and you just don't have the same points of view. And I says, you're right. We definitely have different points of view, but that's what makes us a good group, because we make each other think. We get that other point of view. But I tell people, I think everybody on here is fantastic. I have a great respect for every one of you. You all have qualities that I adore. And I'm glad we don't always agree on everything, because you guys stretch me and you make me think. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councilmember Whitelock.
Thank you. Tonight, I just want to thank the citizens that take the time to contact us in whatever form. For me, it's so helpful to hear, as Melissa was saying, we share our ideas with each other, but for me to hear from the residents, that's very important to me, and I appreciate those that take the time to reach out. I try to usually reach back out. Sometimes I miss you. If I do, I'm sorry, but always feel free to email, call, whatever form is most convenient for you. Please reach out. The budget is a huge thing, that every meeting we have things that impact our city. So thank you to those that reach out, and please continue to do so, and encourage your neighbors too. Thanks.
Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have much tonight. I did have a joint policy advisory committee meeting from Wasatch Front Regional Council this past week. It was relatively benign. There's not a lot of information to share. We didn't take any action on anything. They talked about the effects of the pandemic on transportation and on air quality, which was interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what comes of this in future winters and things, now that we know that life can go on to a degree with not everybody rushing to the office all the time. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Turn my video on. I thought I had. There we go. Second thing, I wanted to just recognize that at Copper Hills this year, we had a student there receive the Carson Scholarship, which is a rather, I don't want to say prestigious because that sounds more pretentious than I mean, but it's a thing you have to be invited to apply to. It's the Ben Carson Foundation. Ben Carson, who's the secretary of HHS at the federal government, ran for president. It's his foundation that puts these out. There were 4 awarded in the state of Utah, 400 nationwide. It's available for students grades 4 through 11. And it's those that serve in their communities and just do awesome stuff, academic and community excellence. And we had a student at Copper Hills receive one of those. So that was pretty cool this year. And that's all I have for tonight.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Green.
Sorry, I had to unmute my microphone. I too want to thank the residents for contacting us and reaching out on a couple of the issues that have hit in the forefront the last few weeks, particularly the budget and the intersection at 6400 South or 6400 West and 7800 South. From my perspective, and I hope this is for the mayor's team, I hope we're paying attention to the residents in that area. I know that we previously looked at a roundabout at that corner, but over the last few weeks, I think the responses that I've got are like 5 to 1 against having an intersection there. And I think the one thing that we need to make sure that we take a look at, and we're going to see some of this later tonight, is that Bowman's Arrow project or proposed project exits out onto that intersection. And there's going to be a substantial number of units, if it's approved as planned, to go down 7800 South. And I just want to make sure that we get that decision right. And that we don't spend money doing a roundabout and then realize, oh, the signal was better, and then spend money on the signal and those kind of things. I want to make sure that we do that one right. And then and then just to follow up, a couple of weeks ago in a comment, there was I had raised an issue about the interlocal agreement between us and the county with police services through COVID. Hopefully most of that falls by the wayside because we're opening up. As I talked with the city attorney at length on that issue on Friday. By the way, I appreciate the time that Rob spent with me because we spent an hour. If I would have had to have paid billable hours to the city attorney for that discussion, I would have ended up donating my entire monthly stipend to Rob's office, or a bit got really close. So, but we went through some of those things, and I think that because we never signed anything, I think we're good. And we came to the conclusion that was an interlocal agreement, but Salt Lake County didn't think it was. So that was, never mind. And last but not least, to the citizens of West Jordan, we have, at least I've seen your emails, I've seen the Facebook posts, and I understand your perspectives on the city budget. Please understand, and hopefully you've heard some of the things that our budget officer has talked to us about, but unfortunately, West Jordan City has some financial issues, and it's not because we overspend on services. Now, so we have looked at and will continue to have these discussions tomorrow night and on through the 24th about ways to deal with revenue issues, about ways to cut budgets. But please understand that if you don't like something, help us out with an alternative. Just telling us, oh, you're taking money away and it doesn't work, doesn't help the 7 of us. Somewhere along the line, we are probably going to have to make some very tough decisions. And those tough decisions will affect every one of us because we live in the city. It will affect a lot of other people. If you have good, solid suggestions, I would like to hear them because it is, I mean, we do have to, but I can tell you that we're not going, unless I mean, I guess we could, but cutting $5 million out of the budget to break even is almost an impossibility. So we can cut some, but please, if you have suggestions, then we need to hear those because we want to make the best decision we can, and it is not going to be a fun 5 weeks as we work through this budget to make sure that we are taking care of the city and making sure that you get the services that you want at in a reasonable manner with a reasonable price. So those are my comments for tonight. Thank you.
Next up, we have Councilmember Pack.
Thank you, Chair. Not to be redundant, but just simply to highlight some of the points that have already been mentioned, I want to concur with a few things that have been said. Most recently with Councilmember Green, I really enjoy hearing what people have to say. I want to get all of the information possible on what people are thinking and feeling to make the best informed decision. And definitely true that brainstorming also helps, not just mentioning a concern, but coming up with viable alternatives and solutions, because with every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction, some unintended consequence. And the more that we can flesh out those ideas, the better we can serve the community. I too enjoy the different points of view from not only residents' input, but also on the council. And I definitely appreciate it when all of us have the attitude that each person's viewpoint is valid when we're speaking with each other and when we're speaking with other people outside of our council meeting too. I want us to make sure that we have each other's back, so to speak, and even if we might disagree with each other, that we can be respectful in understanding a different point of view. So I've appreciated everything from emails on roundabouts to street parking to code enforcement to anything that's been given. And I ensure that I return each email. If you haven't gotten a reply from me, it's because I didn't get your email or something happened in receiving my reply. And seeing as how Copper Hills High School is in District 4, which I represent, and I have family members that go there, I'm more in the know as opposed to West Jordan High, but I strive to stay up with that as well. With the impending graduation, as we just talked about with the CAO report, grateful that the community is coming together and wanting to honor the 2020 graduates in a safe, respectful manner with many goings on that will hopefully provide a good opportunity for them to be recognized. It's also been nice this past week. I've been able to have communication with Chief Wallentyne, Chief Maxfield, Brian Clegg of Public Works, just trying to understand budget ideas and priorities and brainstorm issues to ensure that we're supporting not only our residents, but the staff members who in turn support our residents. And so I'm grateful for the open conversations that we can have with the legislative and executive branch and staff, and hopefully we can keep that going for the benefit of everyone involved, certainly the community at large. Thank you, Chair.
Next up, Councilmember Lamb.
Thank you, Chair McConaughey. Thank you for all your comments, Council. I've said this many times already. I miss being in council chambers with you. This just isn't the same. I was driving around earlier this week and I saw some kids out practicing baseball. They weren't playing baseball yet, but it was fun. And I know Councilmember Jacob will like this because he's a big baseball fan. But just to see the kids out there practicing and getting ready for baseball, it kind of felt like it's time. So hopefully in the next few weeks, we'll be able to find a way to gather together as a council and see how that goes. I guess we're waiting for some permissions first, but anyway, I did take a drive on the new intersection over there by In and Out off of 78th and 40th West. And I have to tell you, I've been worried about that intersection and that stretch of road since it was built, because I don't drive out there every day, but when I do drive by it, it's kind of scary. But I think for the first time I was able to drive west on 78th and I actually felt like it was somewhat normal. I would suggest that maybe the city, that Dirk and the city look at maybe putting those poles up in the middle again sometime if needed. It's still a little bit scary with the back and forth you have there in the middle of that road. It's not very wide and accidents could occur. I'm not sure what the plans are for that, but as we look and see how we can improve that road moving forward, I know it's going to be finished up here for the summer, but I would still look at ways that we can make it safe for people. And if that means putting up those plastic poles for the dividers in the middle of the road, I would fully back it and find a way to make it safe for everybody that drives out there. But other than that, thanks once again to all of you on the council, and have a great night.
Thank you. And then for myself, just really quick, the only thing I have to say that hasn't already been said is a huge thank you to the parks guys that are taking care of the Jordan River Trail. Been going down there a little more frequently than normal lately, and it's looking really good. A lot of the bull thistles that have been starting to get a little bit bigger have been dying off pretty quick. And it just looks really nice out there. So Mr. Clegg, if you would please thank the guys out there. I've run into them a couple times out there as I've been going for a run, and just really pleased with the professionalism, the respect that they show people out there, the friendliness. We've got some really, really good folks out there in the Parks Department, so thank you. Next up on the agenda, we have the first of our public hearings. So that's going to be talking about engineering policies and the design criteria manual. And again, I'm not going to go through all of the information about how to dial in. We did that previously. Exact same as you had for the agency meetings, exact same as it was for citizen comments. The information is in the bottom right corner of the screen. So with that said, this item is going to be presented to us by Scott Langford to give us a little bit of background before we open up the public hearing. Mr. Langford, do you need to share your screen for this one?
Larry will need to, but Council Chair, I believe you announced this as engineering standards. What I see on the agenda is this rezone and land use map amendment.
I think I screwed up the slides and had a carryover from last time. That's what it was. I was reading the little next item and I just missed that. Sorry about that. Yep, it is the land use map for this project. And I'm promoting Larry back to be panelist again. I didn't know he was presenting there.
Very good. So as he starts to share his screen, the general location, it should be familiar to the council. This was a work session item at the last meeting that we held. It's approximately 60 acres out along New U111 and New Bingham Highway. and Larry's got some clean graphics to show you and walk you through this this rezone and land use map amendment.
Okay, so this is basically the same presentation that was given to the city council in the work meeting a couple of weeks ago. In fact, it is exactly the same. And what the applicant is proposing to do is, first of all, there's a land use map. Well, the current land use map, excuse me, is light industrial through the bulk of 90% of it. And then there is a ribbon of parks and open land running through the depressed portion of the dry farm there. The property is currently zoned A20. So what the applicant is proposing is to rezone this from A20 to light industrial and remove that parks and open lands from the general plan land use map. And the zone will be M1, as I said, and that supports the use that they are proposing, which would be a large warehouse distribution center. This is an aerial view. Towards the south is where the new Amazon building is currently under construction, well under construction now. And the rest of it is surrounded by open farm ground at this point. The closest resident from this rezone area would be approximately a half a mile into the Echo Ridge Estates. This is the city's water tank site. And this is just a concept plan of what they're proposing to do. This project will employ 600 to 800 people, or 500 to 600 people, excuse me, at any one time. So you can see there's a large number of parking out on this around the perimeter of the site, and then the trucks will be loaded from here. The accesses into this project will be from New Bingham Highway or Bacchus Highway, which are both arterial streets. And so staff supports this rezone application. It meets largely the general plan and the map, with the exception of the part that was set aside in the wash or drainage area. And the Planning Commission is also forwarded a positive recommendation for this project. Do you have any questions, or for this rezone and land use map amendment? Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions or clarifications for Mr. Gardner before we open the public hearing? All right, thanks, Larry. In that case, I will open the public hearing, and anybody wishing to address the council regarding this proposed rezone, now is your opportunity to do so. Again, please use that little hand icon at the bottom of the screen if you'd like. And of the 16 attendees that are participating electronically, I don't see any hands raised, so I will close the public hearing and return to the council for discussion and or a motion. That would be the council's cue to step in.
Sorry, I just have one question before anybody makes a motion, and I don't know who can answer. So Larry, so on, let's see, slide 2 for the current land use, I see a small sliver of parks and open land. Was that ever, I don't know, I haven't seen anything that they were ever going to build a park there, but is that parks and open land because it's a gully, or?
Yes, yes, it's a, I think when the West Side planning area was done many years ago, they anticipated that all wash areas or areas that serve as drainage washes would someday contain a trail system, or I think that was the big picture hope at that time. However, this would I think there's better money spent on upgrading trails that are actually in residential areas. This would run largely through the middle of industrial property and would make it very difficult to develop industrial properties anymore. When I started out my career, 150,000 square foot warehouse was a big project, and now that's miniature. Most of them are at least 250,000 square feet, and so they use up vast amounts of property now. And so,
and I'm guessing this company knows about that gully, and it's not an issue with them.
Yes, they know about it. They'll engineer around it. All the traditional or the historic flows that are in that gully or wash will be conveyed into a storm drain system or a pipe. So,
yeah, I mean, my guess is it hasn't had a lot of water lately.
yeah, and generally out there, the problem is the flooding occurs at very specific times, and that's usually when we have a very heavy rainstorm and it runs off, and it's flooded some businesses out. Papa Pete is one example in that. So,
thank you.
Okay, would you like a motion, Chair? Okay, I will give you a motion. I move to approve ordinance 20-13, amending the general plan future land use map on 8.82 acres from parks and open land to light industrial and rezone of the 57.07. Oh, no, okay. Acres from A20 to M1 light manufacturing.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember Whitelock, second by Councilmember Jacob, with an honorable mention to Councilmember Lamb.
I was going to say I'll second it if Councilmember Whitelock says that one more time.
I think we're good.
Try to do it.
Okay, any other discussion to the motion? All right, let's vote. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Councilmember Lamb.
Yes.
Councilmember Pack.
Yes.
Councilmember Worthen.
Yes.
Councilmember Green.
Yes.
Council Chair McConaughey.
Aye.
Councilmember Whitelock.
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob. Councilmember Jacob.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, this time the next up item is right, and our next public hearing really is 5B, which is the Cannon and Company office rezone. And I understand that this is going to be, Scott Langford's name is with this, but it's going to be Kent who is going to be presenting, and Mr. Cannon is on the line as well. So let me open it up so he can help speak to this as it's presented too. Did I get that right, Scott?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
All right.
So
Is Gary
share his screen though?
Sorry, who will need to share the screen?
Kent Page.
All right, so Kent should be able to share, and let me open it up so Gary can talk. And let me stop sharing my screen. Kent, you should be able to present now. Let's see, I see Kent in there, although Kent's muted. All right, Scott, do you want to present, or Gary, you able to speak?
I sure am, if you can hear me.
All right, Gary, do you happen to have a copy of the slides to present as well, or?
I have a copy of what Kent sent me earlier today, but I don't know how I can make that visible for
Scott,
you
do you have a
guys.
copy that you could share, since we seem to be having an issue with Kent?
Yes, sir. I can start sharing.
Beautiful. All right, so Scott, we'll let you give a little bit of an intro and then add in from Mr. Cannon. We do not need to go through those questions again.
I'm sorry, I have too many tabs open here. There we go.
Chair, I don't know if you can hear me now.
I can.
Oh, okay. I can share the screen. I think I had that on before, but.
Or I can just, I've got it up, Kent, if you want to just, I can forward those if that's easier.
Scott can share his screen, Kent, while you speak to it, and then Mr. Cannon's available too. So all three of you should be good.
Okay, great. So I think I have some updated slides, so forgive me for not having them given to Scott. But this is a rezone request by Cannon and Company. It's for approximately 2.29 acres. It's at 8631 South Redwood Road. And the current zoning is rural residential, 40,000 square foot lots. And the proposed rezone is to PO or professional office. You can see the current zoning is rural residential. The future land use map calls for this area to be professional office. And that's exactly what the applicant is proposing for zoning, is professional office. And the Planning Commission considered this item in a public hearing on April 21st, and they unanimously made a recommendation of 7-0 to rezone this property from rural residential 40,000 square foot lots to professional office. So if you have any questions, I'd be glad to try to address those at this time.
Any questions for Kent?
I do, Chris.
Fire away.
My question is, what is the land plan for this little, it's like a rectangle behind, before the, yes, that area.
Yes. We haven't heard of anything to change that land use or the rezone. It's currently residential in that area.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Cannon, what would you like to add?
Thank you again for the opportunity. I just wanted to give you a brief history on the property. I owned the property to the north of the long, narrow piece, which is about 3/4 an acre. I did, in conjunction with Mr. Ganson, and I believe it's Alpine Homes now, I did a swap of my parcel of property to enable the connection of 8600 South to Redwood Road, which has sat there as a dead end for probably 25, 30 years. I felt like it was a success where a private developer came in and connected a major thoroughfare, probably to the dismay of a lot of the residents on Gardner Lane. But I think as a connectivity, it worked out well. I originally came to do the rezone for the narrow strip that I own, which is, like I said, is just a little bit less than 3/4 an acre. The property owner to the north of me, Susan Lund, who owns a daycare center there, called me and said, Gary, would you mind including my property in your rezone? This was about 3 months ago, so it has caused a delay on my part, but I was happy to do that. And like I said, a lot of you, I sound so repetitive, but I want you to know that this is the fourth project that I've done in the city of West Jordan in the last 4 years. And I felt like I've demonstrated that I've done a good job of bringing product to market in all aspects that I've been involved in. And this is for my real estate company that is currently in the town of West Jordan. And I'm just going to relocate there and build a building on the corner with the parking in the rear. So it will not bring any additional traffic onto Redwood Road other than what is already on 8660 South. And we will align the ingress and egress with the subdivision to the south, right there where the arrow is. So I'm very fortunate that I've been able to work with almost every person on staff in the last 4 years. So I have a pretty good feel for what you guys are after. And I must comment on your dog, Chris. He's back there being quiet and minding his own business, but I'm a dog guy. So thank you for the opportunity. And I'll field any questions if you have them.
Any questions for staff or for the applicant before we open up the public hearing?
Nice one, Melissa.
All right. Well, I will open the public hearing. If you'd like to speak on this particular item, now would be the time to do so. So far, it looks like we have one person who has raised their hand, Barry Ballard. So let me switch over. You'll be given 3 minutes to speak. You don't have to use the full time, but you can have up to the 3 minutes. And I'll go ahead and open up your mic, Barry. All right,
Hi.
you should.
Actually, my name is Denise. That's my husband is Barry. So we live on 8660 South, and ever since it opened up to Redwood, we have had so much traffic, and there's so many people who do not obey the speed limit, and there's lots of children in this area and pets. What's going to be done to, when this business is put in there, is anything going to be done to maintain the street, this traffic? I mean, it's pretty bad. People use that as a raceway to check the speed of their cars. I've emailed the police multiple times. No one has ever responded to me. Just curious what the plan is for that. Is there going to be a street light, speed limit signs, speed bumps, anything?
So we'll have staff address that one, but with the remaining 2 minutes, are there any other questions or comments with the remaining time that you have, Denise?
No, that was all. I'm really concerned about the safety of the people who live on this street.
Beautiful. Thank you. All right, is there anybody else who wishes to speak during the public hearing tonight? Seeing none, we'll return to the council for discussion and or a motion. First up, I would be interested to hear from staff a response to the comment that was brought up during the public hearing.
So 8660 or Gardner Lane is a collector road, and it's not typical to put speed bumps, but there are other traffic calming measures. I can work with our traffic engineer tomorrow, and we can go out there and see what sort of signage is out there. I know that our traffic engineer is working with UDOT on a traffic signal. Has to meet certain warrant or requirements for that. And so thank you for bringing that to our attention. And I'll circle back with Mr. Baranowski and Nate Nelson, our city engineer, on those concerns. But we'll look at that in detail.
And let me share my screen real quick, just for a second here.
And it would be, I don't know how to.
That's exactly where I'm going.
Yeah, okay, very good.
Yeah, so Denise, if you could, please send a quick email to councilcomments@westjordan.utah.gov along with you, so that we have your email address and potentially phone number as well. Typically, if you're here in person, we're able to get that from you on the form that you fill out when you speak, but we don't necessarily have that. So you can send a quick email here, or you can call the message line, leave a number there. We'll make sure that that gets forwarded over to Mr. Langford so he's able to get in touch with you and work directly towards that concern. I'll leave this particular screen up for just a couple minutes, but still return to the council for discussion and or a motion.
I was just going to say, to jump in because I think I had actually seen an email. I don't know if it was from the same person who spoke tonight. But if there's, I think that's a reasonable thing to do, to look at. I think 8660 was never opened up between Redwood Road and 13th West, and now it runs all the way through, if I understand right. And so it's probably something prudent to look at. I understand it's a collector, but there are lots of residential houses off of that particular street. So if we can look at that, and if we can, like you said, if the traffic engineers are working with UDOT, I think that's a good thing. I noticed that UDOT's putting another traffic signal just south of the West Jordan border, there at whatever that street is, where the loft, just south of the
9400.
Is that 9400?
Yep.
I knew it was just south of the Big Dog Pawn Shop, and right there on the law office corner. They're looking at that there, and that street doesn't go through. So maybe we can convince UDOT that maybe a traffic signal is not bad there, and it might help some issues with the neighbors. So anyway, anything that we can do with that, I think that would be a good thing.
Just a quick comment. Mayor Burton shared in the chat, and this should be shared with the public, that he says a signal light is planned for this intersection.
It is. The timing is what we're working on right now.
Okay. And then Mr. Murphy had also added that the road does have a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit sign as well. Any other comments or perhaps a motion from the council?
I will move that we approve ordinance number 2020-12, approving a rezone of 2.29 acres at 8631 South Redwood Road from RR1A, rural residential 40,000 square foot lot zones to professional office zone.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Councilmember Green and a second by Councilmember Worthen. Any discussion to the motion?
I will make a comment, Gary. This will be one of the only times you'll ever see me on the West Jordan City Council vote to rezone an RR1 lot, but RR1 lots don't fit on Redwood Road. So, and a good professional office does belong on Redwood Road. So I think we're good there, but I just wanted to point that out.
I appreciate that. And it's not going to be the standard office condominium look that is so frequented along that corridor. I'm going to do something a little more, I don't even want to use a contemporary word, but it's going to have more of a traditional look to it. I talked last time about having it be a town Christmas tree. I grew up in West Jordan, and I always loved, and I'm in Riverton now, so I love having that being known as the place with the Christmas tree. So I look forward to making it a little unique and a little different than what you've seen there, and I appreciate your confidence in me to do that.
Any other discussion to the motion? Seeing none, let's vote.
Councilmember Jacob,
Yes.
Councilmember Whitelock,
Yes.
Councilmember Lamb,
Yes.
Council Chair McConaughey,
Aye.
Councilmember Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Pack,
Yes.
and Councilmember Worthen.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
We'll change Mr. Cannon's role back to attendee. Thank you for your time this evening. And we will move on to our next item, which is adoption of the tentative budget for the fiscal year 2020 to 2021. And surprise, surprise, Denise Steck will be talking us through this.
All right, this is it. This is the last
Do you need
one.
to share screen?
I don't.
Okay.
Resolution 2031 asks you to adopt the tentative budget for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2020 and ending June 30th, 2021. It also is formally scheduling a public hearing to receive public comment before the final budget is adopted. The date for that public hearing is in the resolution as Wednesday, June 10th, 2020 at 7 p.m. And the total tentative budget for all funds combined is $156,231,295. By adopting this tentative budget, we are placing a budget in, or formalizing a budget that we will use next fiscal year until such time as council amends this budget. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any questions or clarifications for Ms. Steck before we open the public hearing? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. So this is your opportunity to speak about the tentative budget. If you'd like to speak, please hit the little hand icon at the bottom of the screen. And it looks like we don't have anybody wishing to speak out of the 12 folks that are participating online. We don't have anybody who is just connected only by phone. So I will close the public hearing and return to the council for discussion and or a motion.
Chair, I do have a question.
Councilmember Jacob. Is it about how to work the mute button?
Right? No, you'd think. No, my question is for Denise, just double checking that the adoption of this or a motion to adopt this budget is the same budget that was accepted last week. There have not been changes, though there was a discussion between then and now. Just want to clarify that for the record.
Thank you. That's a very good comment, Councilman Jacob. It is exactly the same budget that you are adopting that you received last week. We will be having a budget work session tomorrow night where we will make and receive comments from the council. And once the council has a majority ruling on any items within that budget, we will change them. And then we will post that changed budget or amended tentative budget for the public to see for the period following that evening, as soon as I can get it done, through June 10th. Then you'll receive public comment, and then there will be 2 more weeks, whereas you can make any other changes before the adoption of the final budget.
Got it.
Thank you.
Clarify that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I'll give you a motion if you're ready, Chair.
Absolutely.
I move that we pass resolution number 2031, adopting the tentative budget for the fiscal year 2020-2021.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember Whitelock, second by Councilmember Green. Any discussion to this motion? Councilmember Whitelock.
I just want to thank Mrs. Steck for all the time that she has put into this budget. Again, because she has done an amazing job. This is the best budget I've seen since being on the council. And by best, I mean, there's more information in there for which gives us the opportunity to look at and better understand where all the money is and what's going on. And also, I want to thank her personally for the time that she spent with me answering my questions. So just a big thank you, because without her help, I don't know what this would look like. So thank you.
Any other discussion to the motion? I will, before we vote, I just have to underscore what Councilmember Whitelock said. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but as a city, we are incredibly grateful for all the work that Ms. Steck has provided. There's been so much time, so much expertise, the level of professionalism, but also personableness. The time that she's taken to meet with individual members of the council one-on-one, trying to walk that delicate line between serving one individual, but serving the whole group. And she does it so effortlessly and gracefully. I could go on for a while, but I really wish the public could see what a difference we've seen in the time that she's been here. It's, man, thank you to her. If there's no other comments, Mr. Anderson, could you walk us through a vote?
Absolutely. Council Chair McConaughey.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb.
Yes.
Councilmember Pack.
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitelock.
Yes.
Councilmember Worthen.
Yes.
And Councilmember Green. Councilmember Green.
Oh, I thought I had mute off. Yes, sorry.
Okay. The tentative budget is adopted 7-0.
I don't know what that little red microphone means. Sorry.
Thank you, Denise. Next item we have, or next on the agenda, we have our consent items. I have not been asked to pull any for discussion. So I'll stall and add an awkward silence if anyone wants to do that, or
Stop talking and I would make a motion. I'm going to give you a hard time, Chris. I'm going to make a motion to approve the consent items consent items A, B, or I'm sorry, 6A, 6B, 6C.
Okay, I'll give you a second.
Okay.
And then I have a question.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Green, a second by Councilmember Whitelock, and we'll start with the question from Councilmember Whitelock.
On agenda item B, consent agenda item B, it says that it was due by April 15th. Has it already been submitted?
I think that's going to be a question for Mr. Clegg, so let me promote him to panelist. And as Brian's coming over, it looked like this was the printed PDF of the submission that was completed. But Brian, are you able to speak now? I assume Brian C is Brian Clegg. All right, he may have stepped away for a moment. So Corbin, are you able to speak to that?
Not very well. I don't believe it has been submitted yet, but I'm not sure. I'll have to follow up with Brian Clegg on that.
Brian just sent a message saying he's not on as a panelist right now.
He is on as a panelist.
Brian, unmute.
It looks like he's saying it has been submitted.
There we are. I found it. I got it. Sorry. It has been submitted. The reason it was submitted in the time frame requested, they request us to take it to council just so council's aware of the annual report and the survey results, and for transparency. That's why we're bringing it forward to council.
Great. I'm glad it was on time. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion to the motion? Seeing none, let's vote.
Okay, Councilmember Green.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitelock.
Yes.
Council Chair McConaughey.
Aye.
Councilmember Worthen.
Yes.
Councilmember Pack.
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob.
Yes.
and Councilmember Lamb.
Yes.
Consent motion passes 7-0.
All right, so moving on, that means we can skip item 7, which is discussion of anything that may have been pulled for discussion. And we are now on to business item 8, to rescind direction given previously to update Veterans Memorial Park Master Plan. Councilmember Green.
This resolution basically, so if you recall back in October, before 3 of us were on the city council, there was a motion that was actually part of the Art Center complex approvals, if I understand right, that attached in the motion to approval, attached a Veterans Memorial Park master plan update as part of that approval process. We've been carrying it on as an unfinished business item. We have heard from Mr. Lee that we don't have money. And in fact, if you looked in the budget this year, it's in an unfunded request column to do that. Basically, this resolution just rescinds the council direction to update the Veterans Memorial Park so we can get it off of the unfinished business, and then we can bring it back whenever the staff has where the city has more resources or the staff has more time to work on the master plan update. So it's really just a cleanup item to take it off of the unfinished business.
So unless there are any questions, I would look to the council for a motion.
I do have a question. And it's not about my mute button. And my question is it something we really want to remove, or is it something we just want to put, I mean, can we put it on hold? I don't want to send a message that we don't care about this anymore. So I want to make sure that that's not what we're saying. That we care about it. We just don't have the money for it right now. So we're going to put this off for a little bit and do it when we have the money. I'd rather have it as a placeholder on unfinished business and just have it sitting out there with the understanding that it's unfinished because of the budget. Just love to hear thoughts on that. Just
Well, my thought was, I'm not sure we want to carry it on unfinished business for a year or more because we don't have the staff or the budget to do it. So that's why I proposed this, is just to, I mean, it's something we can always have in our plans, or we can do something, but I was just concerned that if we carry something as unfinished business, whether it's on our agenda or not, whether we carry unfinished business, it seems like the staff's always, oh, we got to worry about the count, and they could just forget about it too. But it's one of those kind of things that, you know, if the staff somehow we got to get to it, or those kind of things. And like I said, I don't want to make, you know, make this not a priority. But, you know, if we're carrying something for unfinished, you know, some unfinished business for a year plus, it just, that to me doesn't make sense. But that's why.
Councilmember Whitelock.
So I share some of Councilmember Jacob concerns. So how do you propose that we ensure that it gets addressed in the future when there is manpower or funding? I feel it's an important thing that we need to have accomplished. I get the budget constraints, but is there a way that we can have it somewhere, not just, if we take it away tonight, my fear is, then it's gone. And I don't think something like this will ever, for a long time in our city, rise to being a priority. And it was a priority of the council when we said we want one done. So how do we accomplish that?
Mr. Lee, did you want to speak to Kayleen's question, or Kelvin, did you want to speak to that?
If I can chime in here, one of your options, council, in the Parks Capital Fund in the budget, there's a list of unfunded projects. It's quite a lengthy list of unfunded projects, but this is where we document future projects we have holding and pending future funding. That project list does include a Veterans Park expansion project. The master planning for Veterans Park could be assumed to be part of that project, or you could, in your final amended adopted budget, spell it out separately as an unfunded project, specifically with a line item there. That way it doesn't fall off the radar. It's still listed. And then every year as we have capital project funds for parks, you can look at that list and determine where the priorities lie among those different unfunded projects.
The other thought that I had is, as we proceed beyond the budget conversations, we've been using our work sessions to have the start of the work session. We've had a budget conversation at the start of almost every meeting. Once the budget season has concluded, the intention was to replace that with the various plans that we have. Start with an overview of the general plan and all the different plans, but then each council meeting go through one of the plans, and one of those would indeed be the Veterans Park master plan, along with water, stormwater, parks, trails, bike lanes, all the different plans that the city has. So if we do follow that, we should eventually come around to it again. Just a thought. Any other comments or perhaps motion?
I do have one other, if I may.
Councilmember Jacob.
I would also be curious to see if there's ways to do this in-house. I know the conversation is included talking about budget and hiring consultants and things. I just wonder if there's not a way to just do it. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, we can hire consultants to give us expert opinions on which playground equipment is best, or we can just say, hey, we like swings, or, you know, whatever it might be. So is there a way that that it can be done in-house rather than making a production out of it? And we're always hiring consultants. It seems like we're always hiring consultants, because that way when something goes wrong, we can say, well, we're not liable. The consultant said we should do this. I don't know if that's the only reason why we hire consultants, but it seems like we hire a lot of them all the time for stuff that we might be able to figure out on our own. So just a couple of cents, and anybody can chime in on that. I don't know if that's a thing or not, but
my concern with city staff is we've laid off enough city staff to try to keep the budget in line, that and there may be different staff, but we don't even have the ability to open all the parks on a quick basis because we're so short staffed. And we've cut the city staff by almost 40, 25 full-timers and 14, 15 positions. I'm not sure that I want to put that much work onto staff that are going to be focused on what I would call more core duties, but that's me.
I think we have a parks committee, don't we? We might be able to do some work on this as well. Some volunteers. I don't know what all goes into a park master plan. So maybe that's step one, is reviewing the master plan myself. But I would think that it would be something that the council might be able to work session and pound out and say, well, here's the parts that we think obviously are out of date and need to be changed. I don't know if it's, if there's details in there like, pipe size for sprinklers or stormwater runoff dimensions and specifications and stuff like that. Obviously, you need engineers or whoever to weigh in on that. But I don't know if that's in there or if it's just here's what it looks like, here's what it should look like. And that's a conversation I think we can manage.
Council Chair, can I chime in on this?
I think Councilmember Lamb, did you have a comment first?
Yeah, just real quick, Brian, and then you can go next. So I think we're kind of getting past what this is all about. This was all about revising the area where the theater is going to be. So I'm not really concerned about grass and pipes and stuff like that. It's really just revising, basically, from what I understand, roads and sidewalks in the area around the theater. So I get what we're talking about. This won't come back, but I'm thinking that we can bring it back once the theater is back online to be built. And we could rescind it now and it's not going to hurt it. Because I think if that theater is going to go in, we're going to have to revise this area. So those are just my thoughts.
And real quick before Brian jumps in, when we discussed it, that was my primary concern for pushing it. The alignment of the proposed alignment was impacting a road that was shown on the future or on the master plan. There's kind of a road that was arcing around from the going down to that road that kind of parallels the railroad tracks. So if that was going to be done away with, my question was, well, what utilities might have been anticipated to be located within that roadway? So that's why I had been supportive of an update to that plan. So kind of like Councilmember Jacob suggested, I'd be okay looking at that part, seeing if we can do something internally on that, or I'd also be okay removing it from the I'd be okay either way is basically what I'm saying. Mr. Clegg, your comment.
Never mind. Councilmember Lamb was asked the same question I was he confirmed my question. We do currently have a Veterans Park master plan, and that's how I understood it was we were just updating the art center into that plan of where it was going to be placed. The current master plan it's archaic and things have changed. It does need an update, but that's how I perceive the direction in the past when it was brought. So that's all I got.
Thank you. So back to the council for further discussion or a motion.
Well, I'll move to approve resolution 2034, rescinding the council direction to update the Veterans Memorial Park master plan.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember Green, second by Councilmember Lamb. Any further discussion to the motion?
Just a question of exactly the effect this has. So the direction was given to staff to update. Are we replacing it with anything? Are we just removing that direction and that's it? So
the resolution just says the direction of the West Warren City Council to update the plan is rescinded.
Okay. Kelvin, I love you, but I'm going to vote against this one just because I'd still like this to be on the radar.
Any other discussion to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I guess that this does predate me, but as has been mentioned, at one time this was a priority. I know that things change in the community, but I don't know that it's changed that much. And so I want to honor the predecessors that have gone before me. And also I don't see any problem with, I see what you mean, Councilmember Green, just keeping it on business that isn't addressed. But I don't know, what would it really be that big of an item just to at least have there as a placeholder, and then we can just, okay, we're not ready to take action. We're not ready to take action. I'm just trying, I guess, to understand a little bit more, since it does predate me, and I want to honor what's happened, but also not take any unnecessary time in future meetings. But it seems like, if I'm understanding it correctly, that this is something that those who were on the council prior to the new council members, it's still something that you'd like to take action on when there is enough revenue to be able to take action. Is that correct?
To whom was that question directed?
I guess that would be directed to the council members who were serving on the council when this master plan update was made a priority. Do you still see that it's something that you would like to take action on? And would it be best, if so, would it be best just to leave it here on unfinished business, or bring it up again when we have the wherewithal to be able to address it?
I'll address that from my point of view, and I think I said it before. The update was to work around the theater. Right now, due to the pandemic and the COVID, we won't be able to work on it. I don't foresee rescinding it. We'll make it never come back, because I do believe once the theater is ready to go, whether that's in 6 months or a year or whenever that happens, I think we'll come back and say, okay, let's get the parks updated for the theater. So I don't have any problem rescinding it now. It was only put there as a holder to update for the theater.
Okay, thanks for clarifying, because when you were making those comments, I didn't know if that just meant for the area around the theater or for the entire Veterans Memorial Park, and that makes sense that it could be one of
I mean, the whole parks thing could be updated, but I mean, in reality, it's just that area on the theater that needs the biggest update when the theater gets put in.
Okay.
And I think I'll speak in favor of the motion, because as Councilmember Green pointed out, the council gave formal direction to staff to take an action and bring something back. And if we don't have a foreseeable timeline around that, I think it would be appropriate to rescind that, rather than allow unfinished business to turn into a growing wish list of items that would be nice someday. I also don't want to fall into a pattern where we can give direction to staff and they can say, oh yeah, we assume you want it, but that could be what, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? I would prefer that if we give them formal direction through a resolution, that the anticipation from staff be that this is something that should come back relatively quickly. So I think I'll be okay supporting the motion to clear this out. While this is still something that I'd like to do, given the current circumstances, I think I'm in favor of a little bit of housekeeping to take this off of the immediate to-do list and rely on ourselves at a future time or a future council to come back and make sure that this is addressed. So I'll speak in favor of the motion.
Well,
any other discussion to the motion? Seeing none, Mr. Anderson, let's vote, and we'll, yeah, it's a resolution. Let's do roll call.
Okay. Councilmember Whitelock.
Yes.
Where'd she go? There she is.
Councilmember Jacob.
No.
Councilmember Green.
Yes.
Councilmember Pack.
Yes.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Councilmember Lamb.
Yes.
Council Chair McConaughey.
Aye.
And Councilmember Worthen.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
All right, moving on. That concludes the business from the formal portion of the meeting. And now we are going to return to our work session. And this is work session 9A, which is an introduction to the preliminary development plan for Bowman's Arrow development. So we've got a couple folks with us. We'll start off, I believe Scott Langford will give us a quick overview, and then we also have Ben Southworth who will talk us through things. So Scott, do you need to share your screen?
Yeah, either Ben Southworth or Mark Forsyth will need to share their screen. But while they're working on that,
I'll promote Mark to panelist then.
Yeah, this is this marks the new style of how we're handling these big projects, where early on in the process, the council gets to review large development proposals and address bigger policy issues associated with those developments. And so more of a public service announcement for the council is that this is a little bit of a moving target. The staff has been working diligently to provide information about how this proposal may impact our facilities, our utilities, our other important infrastructure that we have on out in this part of the city. As such, Mark Forsyth, our assistant planner, has been working on this with the applicant. Our public works staff has been working diligently to look at potential impacts to our utility systems, and Dave Murphy is here to answer questions regarding that. And I think perhaps the best way to kick this off is to let the applicant talk about their project, and then staff is here to follow up with detailed answers as best we can, with the caveat that this is still kind of in the first review, and there are still details that we're working on right now. But if that's okay with the council, I'd like to turn it over to Ben to give an overview.
Mr. Southworth, you're up.
Fantastic. Can you hear me okay?
Sure enough.
Well, then let's just dive right in. First of all, I want to say thanks to everyone, Scott, for that introduction. Yes, we've we made an application a couple months ago and been working with the staff, and we appreciate all the work they put into it and appreciate you guys. It's kind of fun to be with you here tonight. So appreciate you having me and give me an opportunity to walk you through this. So I want to just jump right in here and get going. And if it's okay with you, I'll go through this pretty quickly, just give you a high level overview and then get through it. And then at the end here, turn it back over and then there for any questions you may have of myself or back over to staff or however you want to handle that. So without any further ado, we'll just jump right in. So the application includes 3 parts that I want to talk to you tonight. There's a future land use map amendment, there's a rezone to the IOZ, and the master development plan. But before we get going, I want to tell you some things that we are not proposing. And I do that kind of as an effort to, to kind of take off the table so you don't feel guarded, and, what are the gotchas that might come up or what have you, and just let you know that variance from IOZ, we're not going to ask for anything. We like the way your code is written. We're going to follow it exactly the best, right along the line. We're not going to ask for any special treatment. There's no strings or attached or any bait and switch or anything like that. We're just going to go as it says. The other thing is you're going to find no apartments in this. Everything is owner occupied. We're going to focus on condos and townhomes and single family residents throughout here. So with that out of the way, let's go ahead and jump into a little bit of an introduction to get you oriented of where we are. If you look down here at the corner of 78th and Mountain View corridor, follow over to 64th and up, it makes a triangle, and that's the extent of the properties, a little over 80 acres. As far as a photo of it, you can see again that same corner as we look to the northwest. Off into the distance, you see the existing homes that are there. And as we go over to 6400 West and look back, you kind of see maybe out there's a little specks there. That's way off there. Those are, I think, vehicles on Mountain View corridor. So you can kind of see the extent of the property there. As you come up to the horizon over on the left of that photo, and then this next one, C, is looking on the backside. So that can give an overall view of where we're at. Now we're oriented. We'll jump into the first portion of what we want to do, and that's the future land use map amendment. And it is insightful to have a little bit of history. If you go back to 2003, there's 3 things that I want to point out. First of all, the landowner was not involved with how these lines were drawn up on his own property. And it predates, this is important, that it predates the Mountain View corridor. So as this happened, and this is across the city out in the west, that important piece of transportation infrastructure was not considered in this future land use map. And you see that reflected in how the lines are drawn In the bottom part, you got this park and then this rainbow, if you will, of land use. And that used to extend over here to the right a little bit where Copper Rim is now, because that was one piece of property before the Mountain View corridor came in. But that was, all of that was at the suggestion, conveniently so, of a adjoining landowner to, I guess, to place that park on this property and not his own, but different story. Anyway, we go back and we jump into 2012, and there's an update and a couple significant things happened. Mountain View corridor came through. And at the time when this update started, you had planning and engineering had begun, and they're even moving dirt, and they're paving from the south heading north. And so that would have impacted the discussion, and it did impact. I vividly remember those discussions of what land use should be. But we had an incident where the landowner was involved in a lawsuit with UDOT at the time. He was prohibited from participating. And that had to do with this bridge that was UDOT pulled back on, a bridge that was at 7400 South. The city, I remember myself, other council members, mayor, were fighting UDOT at the time, trying to get that to remain. The landowner went to a lawsuit, which he eventually won. So it gives you a little idea of how this was drawn the way it is, which now leads us to our proposed change. You can see on the left over to the right, which takes into account that Mountain View corridor and that significant piece of transportation infrastructure and how that affects the proposed change. The next part of this is a rezone to IOZ, proposing going from A20 to IOZ. And quickly, I want to just mention why IOZ and why we think this is perfect, a good fit for what we want to do here. First of all, you're all aware what online retailing has done to change the game for brick and mortar commercial and retail, and why something like IOZ is so important, because this is all about balance. And it's what the IOZ does so well. It is land use economics in practice. It's balancing property rights with the city's desire to maximize its tax base. So it looks at an interchange as if it was one integral part of a whole, and asks, how can we make the most of this land use? So, because it really doesn't take long to realize, if you start placing commercial, retail, and mixed use on every corner, you're going to undermine your efforts. You're going to cannibalize your tax base, and you'll stagnate your local economy. If you have too much residential, you're going to end up or not enough residential. You don't have enough rooftops to support the type of economic development that you want. And so it's all about the balance. So my message to you today is, just when it comes to the IOZ, is let's stick to the plan. Let's maintain strict adherence to that IOZ. Whether that's this development or it's the next one or the one after that, strict adherence is what we hope for, because that's where we're going to get the best results. So other things that we like, and there's a proactive expectation for development. I don't know how many times that you've sat and had a development come and you go, wow, where did this come from? IOZ is proactive, and it says, okay, we're going to set up these stringent regulations for all kinds of things, for townhomes and single family landscaping, and on and on and on. And we'll set that in advance. And if you want to use this, well, then you have to meet what these regulations are. If not, don't do it. Use something else, but you need to do that. And that's what we're doing here. So let's jump into the third and last piece of what we have here. It's the concept plan. This is the meat and potatoes that you're all waiting for. So again, if we go to this map and start at that corner of 78th and Mountain View corridor, you see all along the corridor are condo products, and you start with the most dense down in that deep corner. As you head to the north, the density decreases. Now those are bordered by townhomes, and of course single family that abuts up most of the existing homes here. The phasing, and full disclosure here, this is actually going to change. I only bring this up because I had, as I'm talking to many of you in advance, trying to get feedback here, there was a comment that says, this is great, but do you think you could change the phasing a little bit and bring in the single family? And I'm here to tell you, we hear what you're saying. So we're going to stick with, going to get a new map, so expect to see that. We'll stick with phase one as is, but we're going to try to move either in 2 or 3 some of this single family housing. So we're going to move that phasing schedule up. Just some kind of to give you an idea of some of the materials and the fascias and reveals and things that you're going to see here. But something I want to mention on the high density, or not the high density, but these larger buildings, the town condos, there's this concept of density versus intensity. And I like to use the word intensity. And that goes back to, I spent some time on the UTA Board of Trustees and traveled the country looking at a lot of developments that had to do with transit. And it was quite stark to see those type of developments that incorporated the design that lessened the intensity, because you can have two developments side by side, and with the right type of design, you'd look at one and think, well, that's just a dense mess, and the other one you say, oh, that's not so bad, because the intensity doesn't come across. One of those things you can do, if you look at parking, you see surface parking in red, and you wrap the buildings around that, and then you have structured parking in blue, and so that parking's underneath. You hide the parking, you hide the cars, the exteriors of the buildings, so you have that 360-degree architecture, and so the intensity doesn't come through like it would outside of other developments. And so that's kind of the beauty of what IOZ does. Traffic impact. One thing I want to point out to the council, and this is kind of an FYI, if you look at this bullet point that says 7800 South, the engineer's comments say like a roundabout in 6400 West and also Fall Water Drive. I want to connect that also with this recommended hawk signal down at the bottom. Now, we've had some discussions as a development with the school district preliminary. I'm going to throw that's just preliminary stuff. And honestly, they are not sure what they're going to do with the area. They have a couple schools and they're trying to find out or trying to decide how they're going to put boundaries and that sort of thing. So they don't know. So they can't quite tell us, well, this is where we should put the safe school routes and that sort of thing. But they did comment and they said, look, if we are going to do something like this, we would strongly suggest that 6400 West be signaled. And it's easier for us to drive kids from the east into the west to 6400, get them across a safe signal, leave the roundabout at Fallwater, and then definitely not a hot signal, because that is very dangerous for the kids there. Now, as a development, we don't have an opinion here. I'm just expressing this as an FYI as you talk to your counterparts, and your staff's aware of this, but as you talk to your counterparts in the school district, and maybe the two entities can work that out. And if there's a place for development as a stakeholder, sure, we'll be involved as well. But that's just kind of an FYI there when it comes to the traffic. Open space this is kind of a fun one for me because I love this stuff. IOZ requires a 10% open space. If you look at this park that's up here, it would be up there in the north, and then down here towards the south in the middle is another piece. It's the signature space. Those there are 8+ acres together, and those just about meet the requirement for that 10%. But then, and this is really cool, we have 2.5 miles of trails throughout this development, which is pretty significant. I'm excited about that. That puts us over that 10%. And then on top of that, we even have more. So for instance, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but down here near the bottom, there's a building, some open space. We're trying to work in something like a dog park there. And there's some other areas that we're going to do additional open space. Here's just you can look at these later, a few photos of some of that. I am down to 2 slides left. I'm trying to burn through these quickly. I know it's been a long night for you, but I have a pretty pressing question that we need to decide, and it has to do with this northern park. And we need a little bit of direction, and I got to back up and give you a little bit of narrative here. Sitting where you are now, I've heard countless presentations from developers over the years. And the one thing that always got me is they'd show like a pool or something like that and say, well, this is a great community facility. And I thought, well, yeah, I guess for the community you're building, what about the rest of the community? You know, and maybe that's not a fair thing to ask of the development, but I thought that. And so now I'm on the other side of the development side, and I'm looking at this and saying, what could I do to address that concern? I always had. And so with this piece of property right here, we think it would be a fantastic topography to do something like a mountain bike trailhead. And that is a unique piece of a unique amenity that the city really doesn't have. You want to do something like that, you got to go to Draper or Bountiful or even up to Harriman. West Jordan doesn't have anything like this. Doesn't mean we need it, But we thought, boy, wouldn't that be a great thing? And that would be a benefit to not only this development, but the neighborhood next to it, and the neighborhood after that, and the neighborhoods the other way, and the entire city. If we could do something like that, how fantastic that would be. Now, that would require that you'd have to have an appetite to open up your Trails Master Plan, and you have a unique opportunity right now with this development coming online. You've got Harper to the north, go up to the woods, back around Sycamores, over to what Ivory's doing, and maybe even connect into Mountain View Quarter. You could make a fantastic loop in a trail system if you had the desire to do so. Now, from a development standpoint, it doesn't matter either way to us. This is probably more expensive, it's time consuming, and a lot of effort. But we think it's the right thing because the IOZ, its goal is to have a community of distinction. We think this does that. So if the council, and I ask you this because the last piece of that would be you'd have to be willing to be a city-owned and maintained piece of property. That just something like that just doesn't work in an HOA. HOAs tend to put fences around things. So it wouldn't work. So that's a question. We'll get that to a minute. But the last, and that may be a lot to even address tonight. It's probably something we can address in the future, but I wanted to throw that out there so that we could at least try to get some direction. But the last piece is the elephant in the room, and the reason that probably Dave Murphy's here with us, and that is existing water lines and sewer lines. Now, you all know that there's an issue, and I know there's an issue, and the staff does, and the state does, and the problem is there is a pretty significant deficiency in the water infrastructure that exists in the sewer, but I'm going to focus here on the water because that is where the greatest, I believe the greatest need is. And my message to you tonight is from the perspective of a little bit of history and being through this before, is that it's not the end of the world. There is not, yes, there is a deficiency. The deficiency isn't caused by this development. If I went away today and I wasn't even here, you still have that deficiency. It's not caused by this. It's not caused by a lack of planning or your planning department. It wasn't mistakes. There's not mistakes or inability in your engineering. It's not your fault. It's not the fault of past councils. This is a direct result of growth. When a city grows, this is what happens. It's happened in the past. You're the unlucky ones for it to happen to now, and it's going to happen in the future as we continue to grow. So my message is, this is not insurmountable. Specific to this development, what we are doing is we have talked to your staff. We're already working towards updating your water master plan and your sewer. And the reason we're doing that is you got an email recently from Tim a few weeks back that mentioned something to the effect of $4 million and upgrades are needed. Well, when we pressed that, the answer was really, well, yeah, there's upgrades. We don't know what the exact number is. That's why we need to update the master plan. And that's why we are undertaking that on our dime right now to make sure that we can identify what the needs truly are. But my message to you is not all is lost. The city will survive this as it has in the past. And with that, that's all I have. And I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Scott, what do you need from us now? I know Mr. Southworth brought up the question of the bike park, also utilities. I see Dave Murphy is there. But Scott, since you're going to be working through the application, I turn it back over to you. What do you need from the council?
Well, thank you. Ben hit the bigger picture items that we would like to get council's direction on. The open space, public versus private. Obviously, this is a fairly new application, and we need to still work through what that means fiscally, right? And from a long-term impact on the city. In a similar vein, I know that Dave Murphy and Tim Heron have been crunching a lot of numbers, and they've provided some good feedback to the council already. But I think that's another topic that we should address. And then generally how the council feels about the layout. Ben talked about the phasing. I think that's wise to address, and not to derail any conversation, but a real quick thumbs up, thumbs down on on the intersections on 7800 South, if you have a preference one way or the other. As mentioned earlier on in this meeting, the council's already approved the roundabout, the 6400 West, and that merits more discussion. You'll see on their plans, they've also shown a roundabout at Fallwater Drive, and the council specifically deferred that decision for a future date. Granted, we need to circle back to see how the council feels about that in the new form of government, how the mayor feels about that. But any feedback, Council Chair McConaughey, would be very helpful as we work through this. I don't know if we want to go line by line through that. You know, Mr. Murphy's here to talk about infrastructure. That seems to be kind of the defining framework of this proposal.
Whatever works best for you. If you, it looks like we've got a comment or a question from Councilmember Whitelock, so we'll start there.
My question is, Scott, if we went with the future land use map densities, then would our infrastructure be able to handle what that plan was?
Yes, but I would defer to Dave Murphy to answer that question.
Councilmember Whitelock, that is a great question. Presently, right now, we are looking to try and build Zone 5's system. That was identified in our 2015 master plan, water master plan update. And that is where our current system is deficient with reservoir storage and with a pump station and needed transmission lines for Zone 5. Presently, we lift water from Zone 4 up to Zone 6, and then through PRVs, it bounces back into Zone 5. And so what that is doing is it's burning energy by lifting water higher than you need to up into Zone 6 and bringing it back to Zone 5. And our economic analysis of that situation showed in 2015 that if we built the Zone 5 storage system and pump station, economically, the power cost savings would pay for that system upgrade in approximately 7 to 10 years. You'd get a full payback on about an $8.5 to $10 million project. So, and that situation is immediate. It would, give us immediate benefits in the water system for the city. The difference here in the density for this project versus the general land use map is that the general land use map is roughly 350 units. This is 2,200 units about, and that's going to increase your storage requirements. And yet not all of these are single family homes. And so the outside watering component is less than a normal single family equivalent residential unit or equivalent residential connection, however you want to term that. It's the same thing. So what we're after in the planning situation for the city for engineering is a consistent land use density that we can plan to for a horizon year of, say, 2050, so that when you update your general plan, it can have a coincidence with your updates of all your master plans, so you're not guessing at density constantly. You can have a master density for the entire western half of the city that we can plan towards and update every master plan to. That's where we want to be consistent and project to a further horizon year than just an immediate project here too, because that's going to save us money in the long term as well.
Thank you. The other question I have is for Mr. Southworth. So, Mr. Southworth, so is the plan that your parks, that this is going to be an HOA community?
The vast majority of it, yes, the HOA. Really the question is that upper north, it's disconnected from the development by 6400 West. 7400 West. south, excuse me. And then the city also has 10 acres of parkland that's really a kitty corner to that. And so it doesn't make sense to be in an HOA. You know what's going to happen if it's HOA. Those folks are going to want to put a fence around it, and that's going to be pretty disappointing for all the people around there. So that's why we ask, okay, how do you as a city want to handle this? It honestly doesn't make a difference to us. Like I said, it's probably going to be more expensive to develop it into a bike park or something else. It doesn't have to be that. So it's really up to you.
So I guess we could put our skate park there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think we've got a skate park coming to Ron Wood in a future phase in the next year or two or three.
Yes, but that would allow the skate park to get built sooner probably than later.
I don't know. This is probably a 10-year build out. I don't think that'd probably be at the beginning of that.
Could be if we put it in the development agreement.
True. Then build the skate park first. There all by itself on its own little island. Well, I'll just chime in with much of what I've said. I've had some conversations with Ben on this, partly because we're friends and partly because this is in my district. And not only is it in my district, this is my neighborhood. So I've got kind of a pretty good sense of what will be objections, for the people that live around here. Obviously, soil studies are going to be important here. We've had foundation issues in this area, collapsible soils, sinking houses and or fire stations. Something to keep in mind. So that's something that I want to make sure that we have remediated in addressed in a development agreement going forward. The other thing that I'd really like to see tweaked on this, and I've told this to Ben, I'll just tell it to everybody, is I'd like to see more single family homes against 6400 West than what we're seeing here. It's almost all single family homes on 6400 West. Across from the fire station's not as big of a deal, but as you are across from other single family homes, now granted those homes all back up to 6400 West, so it's not a huge issue. There are no homes on 6400 West as a collector road specifically, but I would like to see maybe that northern section where you do have a couple of streets worth of townhomes be single family, just to kind of forgive that, that buffering between the two. I don't know how feasible it is in the concept of the, the context of the greater concept here, but throw that out there. I love the idea of opening up the Trails Master Plan and seeing if we can't get something in here to make a great big loop. I think that is super cool. Could be in huge demand. I think it would get a ton of people coming to our city. Now, having the trailhead at the end of 6400 West there, the north end of that street, may or may not be the best place for it. Now that I think about it, just because if it's going to bring in a lot of traffic, maybe you want that traffic closer to 78th, as opposed to up in the back of the neighborhood, just as a thought. I don't know if it's a ton of traffic, but you know what I mean? The amount of cars and mountain bikers and trail runners and that kind of thing that will bring would be cool to just have that closer to the major transportation area. Other than that, though, I like it. I like that it's all owner occupied. The density, of course, is high, but the idea behind it that it is all owner occupied, that it's in the IOZ, that it is that, when we looked at the IOZ, we looked at it as a comprehensive whole, right? We looked at the piece down on 90th and Bangor and said, this is, prime for high intense commercial use like auto dealerships. We looked at this area and said, this is good for residential. Obviously, we already have the plan for Copper Rim, so we know what's going to go there. We looked at it comprehensively, and this is what we picked for this spot. And of course, the rooftop's always going first. That's just the way development seems to work. Melissa and I know that, living out there on the west side for so many years, how You get rooftops first, and if you're lucky, then you get the rest of the stuff too. So just some things to keep in mind. Those are the thoughts that I've had that I've shared with Ben one-on-one, and now I share them with the rest of you. I don't think I had actually mentioned moving that trailhead down towards 78th, but that's or that parking lot anyway, down at that end somewhere. But there's that for you.
I'll just throw in my 2 cents here. As staff knows, and I did explain this to Ben when I talked to him as well, as some of the concerns is exactly what David said, is we've got to get water out there and the cost of what that's going to be. My biggest concern is I don't want to put that cost on the rest of the city or the rest of the residents. I want to make sure I'm not against the density. I think what you've done is nice. I like the layout. I think you've done a good job. I do agree with Zach. It would be nice to have that trailhead more at the beginning because it'd keep that traffic down. So if you could figure something out to put it more at 78, that would be great. But I really, and I would say this to any developer that really comes in, we've really got to pay attention to what we have and what's allowable. I'm not saying you need to cut it down to 350. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you want to increase the density, we've got to have a plan of how it's going to be paid for. And the answer cannot be the backs of the current residents. We've got to figure out what that number is going to be, and then we've got to figure out how is it going to come out of impact fees, how is the developer going to put some extra money into it. And it looks like you're already walking down that road. I just want to make sure we complete that before we finish this. And David, you're right. I mean, as a council, we need to look at the rest of what we've got out there, and we need to get it zoned appropriately. So you guys are not always going, now what do we do? We need to make sure we're taking care of our entire city and really develop this the correct way. And I know we've been in discussions to work on that throughout the rest of this year. But that's my biggest concern. I think you've done a really nice job here. I'm not super concerned about taking out the commercial at that particular spot. I agree with you, Ben, when we had that conversation that there's going to be there's quite a bit of commercial down by the Smiths. So I'm not going to say this a lot. In fact, I don't think I'm going to say it again, the truth from the other proposals that I've seen. But this is where I would say I think it's okay to not do the commercial. I think you've done a nice job on that, but I really want to make sure we're focusing on the cost of that infrastructure and make sure that we handle it. And the developer understands that he might have to take some of that on, so we don't put it on the backs of the residents.
And I agree. I had a good conversation with Ben as well, and it's just refreshing to have someone asking for so much input, even tonight. Not asking for any special treatment, having more amenities than required. It's nice to have that combo, residential, commercial, mixed use, as you mentioned. The institutional overlay zone. Well, the concern that I mentioned, the idea that I expressed to Ben that might be a concern as we discuss this is if the city were to own part of the property and the maintenance cost when we're already taxed with trying to maintain what we have. The roundabout issue, of course, brought that up before we even had a lot of emails, and I'm sure we'll be addressing that. And as Councilmember Jacob mentioned, on in these developments where I think the word you used was lucky, you're lucky if you get the commercial. I just want to make sure that we don't have so many rooftops without any accompanying businesses to be able to support that, where we're increasing traffic on roads, traveling far distances. So anything that we could do to be able to have business out there, but I know that is a teamwork idea, needing to have many players with economic development, needing the development and then commercials there. But as we've seen on Planning Commission and City Council, a lot of times commercial is planned to go in and then it doesn't go in because it's the last thing and there's not really a plan from a developer on what's going to go there or how. So it's just been nice to have this candid conversation up front. So of course, water, and it's going to be a tricky one because developments are going to keep occurring even west of Mountain View Corridor. And then do we have some agreement with each development as it goes on, or do we have some master plan for getting water to the west side? And so it's that delicate chicken and egg balance of if you build it, they will come. But if you build too many and there's nothing there, well, then people are traveling too far and it hurts that locale. But obviously you can't have huge big box retailers going in without the rooftops either. So I just want to make sure we grow smart. Thank you.
So my couple of cents, Ben, you didn't call me, so I feel left out. But couple of thoughts, and I think I kind of agree with Zach with the single family homes. Along 6400, maybe a little bit higher percentage of single family homes as opposed to townhomes or multifamily. But I don't know what the exact mix is, but it's just a thought. The idea that we have the open space, the fact that you actually contribute, the fact that you actually calculated what the 30% slope was and that you can't build on it is a plus in my mind, because too many people come in here and they want to ignore the 30% slope or the hillside ordinance or those kind of things. So I love that. I've been out past this property a whole bunch of times. I'm just not, I'm going to tell you that I'm not sure that even if we said that it ought to have commercial, that it's shaped or in a place to have commercial. It doesn't, it's a weird shaped piece of property that, you know, someday there's going to be an overpass there, and someday there's going to be a full freeway there. And so I'm not sure that it's worth having any sort of commercial on that corner. If there were a little bit of mixed use maybe on the west end, it might work, but in all reality, I can't see a whole lot of commercial going there. So I think I agree. I agree with Melissa. At the end of the day, what we've got to be able to do is ensure that the impact fees balance with the impact on the city. I think what we've done, and I think we've got to make sure that we're doing this with other developments as well. But what we've done is we don't balance, and Melissa's asked the hard questions, and I think it's the right question. We can't ask the residents to build the infrastructure that they're not using. The impact, that's what impact fees are for, is to build the is to increase the infrastructure because of the new impact. And so we really do need to make sure that the impact fees are balanced with the impact that it's going to have on the city. I think Dave Murphy's made a point that, where we're not going to have 350 quarter acre yards, there is the potential for some water usage to go down for landscape, particularly since landscape uses more water than than other reasons. And I also agree with Zach that I don't have any problems opening up the Trails Master Plan. We know budgets are tight, but and as mentioned, that's, if your phases are anywhere close, that's the final phase where the park is. That's probably 10 years out. And so opening up to have a potential trailhead there, something that's unique to that part of West Jordan that ties in with a loop. I don't have a problem opening up and looking at that. You know, I think we're going to have to look at long term. What does another 8 or 10 acre park do to budgets? If we've got another area across, and I'm willing to look at if we have park area if we have area set aside for a park right now that's close to that, I'm willing to look at multiple options with does this park take the place of the other park? How can they, you know, how can the two support each other? Or how can the other piece of property support this one? I'm willing to, I think we need to look at this holistically with what the city owns in the area, what the city's dedicated. And so I'm willing to look at that in the future, or for, you know, for future, the growth and future use. I know that we've had the conversations before, and I think this ties into this kind of conversation, is that, and Ben, I think you've mentioned this a little bit, but all too often what we do is we build the amenity for the people that live in the complex, and and all the people around it, it doesn't offset the density. If we're going to have density, then the offset is that the entire area needs to benefit because there's an increase in density. And if that means that we have a good park with a good trailhead, some appropriate uses, and it's a public park, then the public benefits from that little bit, from that higher density. And I think that is some way is part of the policy that we need to have, is that if we're going to allow more density, then everybody, not just the neighborhood the neighborhood gets their swimming pool, and the neighborhood gets their and the development gets their splash pad or whatever, but the whole entire area needs to benefit from something. And I like the idea of the public park and those kind of things that allow the rest of the area to benefit, and not just be so, can I say self-focused, that all the amenities are for the actual people that live there, that then it doesn't benefit, then the high density is just for the developer, and it doesn't benefit the community. So those are my thoughts. I don't know, I'll maybe have some more later on, but the last comment that I do have is that based on the IOZ zones and the IOZ overlays, that when I was on the planning commission for this corner, and now that I'm on the council, I think that this development is appropriate for that corner. If we could the other thing that I would ask you is, because we're going to have a whole ton of that multifamily right around Mountain View and 78 there, or Mountain View and 78 area, right there at that corner. One of the things that maybe you ought to integrate somehow is the potential for, and I don't know how this would play out, so I'm just throwing this out, but it would be nice if you could plan either in parking area or someplace that it's got a tie to mass transit. You know, if I know that UTA wants to do some stuff with 5600 West, and maybe this is just far enough west that I don't know if people would walk from here to 5600 West to catch a bus or catch other mass transit. So, but if we could at least set aside something somehow, and like I said, you were on the UTA board, you would know better than I would, but I'm just thinking, would it be nice to have a bus turnaround, a bus stop, a mini bus station, a mini, whatever the heck you want to call that, so that this area could be serviced by a flex trans or a mass transit thing or something that would make sense to get people down to 5600 West. I don't know what that is. I'm not that smart yet. Well, and some of on the council say he'll never be that smart. But it's something, just as we look forward to mass transit, if we could incorporate that somehow, I think that it would be something that would probably help the neighborhood as well as, you know, the transit, if we can work on that now. So those are my thoughts.
I just want to chime in on a back end of that. If we are going to do the trails master plan, that should be done sooner than later, considering it does affect Wood Ranch and a lot of those other areas, you know, Ivory's, Jones Ranch, all that stuff is got to play into that. So if we're going to do trails as part of this, we should do trails sooner than later.
Councilmember Whitelock.
I would request that Mr. Southworth answer the question that Zach posed about the earth movement. Right across that street, we've had a lot of issues. And that's a concern for me. And I need to know how you're going to address those issues so that we don't have future residents mad at future councils because their house is falling apart because the earth is moving.
Oh, that's a fantastic, a great question. And I have to say, when it comes to engineering, I'm on shaky ground, pun intended there. I can't, again, not an engineer, so I can't give you a professional engineer's perspective here. Dave could probably chime in. I don't know, this is his expertise, but we have had that surveyed, looked at, and you remember we talked about the parking in the structures. Mark, I don't know if you want to show that or not, but those parking structures help to dig down and remove those soils and help to alleviate some of those concerns. That's why you'll see, if you look on the bottom, if you look at the screen now on the bottom right hand, you've got a structure that's it's completely under that. So yeah, we are well aware of those collapsible soils that are there.
Right. And Ben, let me chime in there. I have not seen this geotechnical report yet. We would have to look at exactly how far in depth those have gone underground to verify the underlying soil conditions. And we'd be looking at soil borings that are a little more intense and deeper than in other situations. 30 to 50 feet is probably what's called for here.
Yeah.
Versus what would normally be a soils report of maybe 25 or less. So we'll be looking at that very carefully.
Yeah, I think I remember conversations that we're going to have at some pylons, and it is pretty deep because we just don't, you're right, Kayleen, we don't want to take any chance. I watched what happened to that fire station and some of the homes, and we don't want to repeat that. Absolutely. That's a nightmare that we want to avoid. Great question.
So real quick, council, I'm curious if you have an opinion about the timing of 7400 South. And since we have Dave Murphy here, who is probably the city's foremost expert on that agreement between UDOT and the bridge and those types of things, maybe he can chime in on the timing. But my understanding is that once the road 7400 South is constructed on both sides of Mountain View Corridor, UDOT is on the hook to put in the bridge. Is that correct, Dave?
Yeah, and in fact, what that entails is some fairly close coordination with the Mountain View Corridor team. Our co-op agreement number 2 states nearly exactly that. Our roadways have to come up and actually touch the right of way of Mountain View Corridor. Now, we could touch the corridor with a fully completed road, but we don't want to do that because, and we want to coordinate with UDOT because we don't want to be tearing out brand new street when they have to actually elevate it. So there's an embankment fill that has to be built there on both sides, on Copper Rim and on Bowman's Arrow, so that the proper vertical elevation is there for when they put in the bridge. So that has to be closely coordinated with development to UDOT. I would say right now, they're finishing the segment right now between 201 and the last segment, which was about 30th South, roughly. Once that segment is completed, they will be stepping back and looking at phase 2 elements, which are these bridge crossings. And that's when we want to do a full court press with the state legislature to fund the rest of phase 2 of Mountain View Corridor and get these bridges installed.
Mm-hmm. And I bring that up, but for the council to think about as we work on phasing, and it's not just about moving cars, it's moving people. Councilman Jacob was talking about the trail plan. That's an important trail connectivity, actually, that bridge crossing. And so I don't know, I just bring that up. Maybe that's several years down the road, but in working on the Copper Rim development, the timing and the phasing of that road has sort of been a sticking point, to be quite honest. And so I just wanted to make the council aware that if you do have an opinion on timing, it would be good to get your thoughts, if not tonight, in the near future.
One more point on the bridge for 7400. We would be using a copy of what we're doing right now on the 8600 South Bridge that's setting up for a potential future recreation center. We would make sure that both sidewalk systems across the bridge are at least 10 feet wide to 12 feet wide, more likely 10 for cost, but that would basically give you pedestrian and bike trail combined on either side of the street, plus the 3-lane street, which is about an 75 to 80 foot bridge as far as width. And so we'd be copying that design that we're doing right now for 8600 here at 7400. And that would incorporate the mountain bike trail and pedestrian as a combined trail system across the bridge.
Right.
Scott, does that give you what you need from council for now? Or are there other questions that we need to dive into tonight?
I think so. If it's the council's, if the council is in agreement, we would love to bring this back to you in a work session item once we get a little more staff time behind it and refine the application. And if that's okay, that's kind of the game plan at this point. And then once we have that work session, if things are fairly squared away, then we would run it through the formal review with our DRC, with the Planning Commission, and then to the council for formal decision.
Okay.
Chairman, can I jump in just for a second?
Sure.
I not knowing your process, I don't know if it's possible. If we can move it along a little bit faster, if there is enough, when we get to the point we have this reviewed, if each of you is to look at that, if there wasn't need for another work session, is that something where we could just move on to the formal process? If you guys each looked at that and said, okay, yeah, we think this is fine enough. I'm not, just because I'm not hearing a whole lot that would, I think might slow this down if we do what we say we're going to do, which we are.
Yeah, there's some flexibility to the process. The reason for the change to have this type of work session was because we want to avoid the frustration that some developers felt when they'd be working with staff. They go through all the processes over the course of a year or so, then they come to council just to be surprised with a council perspective and opinion. So we're not necessarily short circuiting, but it doesn't have to continue to come back here. So I'd suggest working closely with Scott. He's got a pretty good feel for what the council would want to see and when to kind of help things move as expeditiously as possible. And then we do meet with staff every couple of weeks to review the agendas for the next meeting. So if there's something that he thinks might need to come up, we can circulate it with the council to determine what'll be the quickest approach.
That works. Thank you so much. Hey, just one comment. I think there was a question on commercial, and Mark, if you wouldn't mind going to the future land use map. When UDOT condemned the property, I just wanted to throw this out, you know, if you're aware or not, but if you look at this map, this is the current map on the right. When they condemned that property for the mountain view, they took what I believe what they called like protection zones. Dave, you can jump in if I got that name wrong. On both sides of the street, on the east side and the west side, on north-south of both of those. And the idea, what they wanted to do is they wanted to limit access in and out, because the idea was that impedes traffic flow in and out of the interchanges. And so what that did here, if you look, you can see on the city's transportation master plan, you can see where the roads are to be. Those protection zones come up pretty far. So it really, really limits to almost eliminates any opportunity you have to put. Not that anybody was demanding that that's there, but just know that limitation really is in place. And the other thing, just to highlight what Dave Murphy said earlier, I mean, you're looking at a map that was drawn 17 years ago. A freeway came through, and the map on the future land use map looks the same as it did 17 years ago. So you've got a lot of updating that needs to, not just for this development, I'm just saying for the entire city, you're going to be facing this for a while if we don't update that entire thing. Thank you.
I'll chime in on the protection zones, Ben. I would have to say that there is an element of that in place, but I'd have to look at the deeds and with David Clements, our property manager, to know in particular which parcels and how far that applies to. There is about a 600-foot zone that they were trying to protect near the interchange and limit everything to basically a right in, right out only on any parcel near that 600-foot area. But I'd have to look in particular at the deeds of the property, because some of that was deeded to the city and I'd have to double check it.
Dave, didn't we run into that when we were looking at the storage unit project, kitty corner from this, so to speak, across Mountain View on the south side?
Yes,
yeah, I remember the access being an issue there, and we're looking at that storage unit project. I think it's the same restriction that applies here too.
Yes, both east side and west side restrictions.
Okay, anything else on this one, Scott?
Thank you for your time. It's very useful. Thank you.
All right. Ben, thanks for your time as well. And then that concludes item 9. Let's see, is my screen sharing? Yes, it should be. The next item we have is remarks, and I know there are a couple of remarks for this evening. We'll start off with Mayor Burton.
Thank you, Council Chair. When I was making my comments at the start of the meeting, I talked about these fantastic chocolate donuts, the baked ones where you stick them in the milk to dip them. Well, somehow I mentioned the wrong name. The name of the place is Dunford Bakeries, right here in West Jordan. I won't repeat the other name, but that was wrong. I don't know why that was in my mind, but it is Dunford Bakery. So everyone go visit Dunford Bakery, check out those chocolate donuts.
Timmy just saw my comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Any other remarks, Mayor? Okay. The other one, this is one that came up in chat, but I thought it would be of value to share with the council. Councilmember Lamb had mentioned the improvements that have been made at the intersection of 78th and 40th, 78th South and 40th West. Mr. Murphy had a comment about raised medians. Dave, can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yes. The east side median that was removed for traffic control will be replaced on the east side of the intersection, 78th and Jordan Landing. And the west side of the intersection also will have a back-to-back raised median that will proceed west all the way to the new merge at New Bingham Highway. So what you see outside right now with the double yellow stripe, that will have a raised median in between the double yellow stripes here in the next 2 weeks. So it will prevent any oncoming traffic from finding each other easily. So the old raised markers that were out there, the tab markers and the posts, those will not necessarily be needed because the raised median will be in place.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other remarks for this evening?
I do want to. Wow, it's late. I did want to ask what the so two things that I want to just ask a question out there, and whoever wants to get back to me whenever, if it can be done now, then great. If not, then okay. One is, when will we be able to meet again as a body, in a body, at a central location with all of us all at the same dais, so to speak? Okay, I want to know when we can have city council meetings in City Hall again. And so that's question one. And then question two is, what has the city's declared state of emergency done for us, and does that need to persist, or is that going to expire? I guess that's a question for the mayor, if he wants it to, if he wants to update us, or if the council wants to cut it off, because I think the council can cut it off at any point as well. So those are my two remarks and or questions. Oh, and by the way, that student that got that scholarship that I mentioned earlier, Copper Hills, that was my daughter. So I was tooting my own horn a little bit.
Mr. Anderson, do you want to respond to the first question?
First question was about meeting at City Hall again.
Yes, I am working with facilities and the council leadership to find when we can return, when the council can return to the council chambers. And the mayor's, or not the mayor, the governor's executive order on open public meetings, that expires at this point in time on June 30th. So there will be, if that doesn't change, there will need to be some adjustments made for the July meetings. But I know there's a couple council members that would like to see if we could get into the council chambers in June for the budget hearings. And so I don't know if that really answers your question, but it is something that is being worked on.
Excellent. I'd love to see it happen in June.
There was a comment earlier from the Alan had shared from Jared Smith regarding some modifications that might be needed to council chambers, such as segmenting off the spots for each person with plexiglass or something to that effect. So
sneeze guards.
Yes, that way I can stop smelling y'all's bad breath. Just kidding.
Well, a concern there too for citizens who want to come, because I'm sure a lot of people would want to be involved. And if we have it there, I don't know how we would social distance in the council chambers with lots of people, whereas this way, I guess everyone can virtually attend. I know I've heard some comments in that regard. People don't want to be left out, but they don't want to be forced to come en masse to a meeting either, even if it is within social distancing protocol guidelines of 50 people in a room, or how do you work that? Do you cut the meeting off to the first 50 people there? Well, now you're excluding people from a public meeting. So there's pros.
I have some, I do have some ideas on how you could do that, by the way, for another conversation for another time, but
it seems like, yeah.
If I can maybe just answer on Councilmember Pax, I have met with Travis in facilities We would still need to do a Zoom meeting because the governor's order under yellow would limit us to 50 members in the council chambers. 12 of those would be council members and necessary staff. So there would be 38 chairs for the public, and we would need to still do a Zoom meeting so that we would not have to restrict anyone from attending. There's discussion on, how to do the sneeze guards or the plexiglass in between the council members if that's necessary. And then the chairs in the audience would be spaced 6 feet apart. So
Wow. Seems like that's a lot of work and expense, and then you got a hybrid meeting of online and in person. That's tough.
Amazon has
I've
bubble
got
balls.
some ideas. Anyway.
Well, call me
call you.
tomorrow and share your ideas.
Amazon has bubble balls. You just blow them up around yourselves and you get a 6-foot ball.
And then the second question from Councilmember Jacob. Mayor, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, I was waiting until we switch at least down one more level before we take that off. And what advantage has it done? Well, the main advantage is we can make some changes like in the sign ordinance without having to go through a lot of extra steps to make it our temporary change, temporary sign ordinance, which I can do directly without having to go through the council taking the steps. So the main focus is if something comes up, we can act quickly on it. But I don't have a specific date for when it ends. But if you have some suggested dates, I'd be happy to entertain them. Or you can do it.
My question basically revolves still needed. I mean, we've made some changes. I don't anticipate rapid. I mean, you never know, and we can always declare another state of emergency if there's a second wave or whatever. But I'm just thinking that if there's any benefit to keeping it in place now, or can we kind of resume some normalcy? And just to clarify, when you said down another level, you mean from yellow to green? Because I don't think it's going to go any further than green.
No, we're not going to green. Unless there's something fantastic I'm not aware of. You're right.
All right. Were there any other remarks for this evening?
I've got one for Mr. Murphy. As you're looking, it's getting late and I can't even speak. If we're putting that raised median west of 7800 south down to where it merges with the old Bing or with the new Bingham Highway, I would ask if you can to put a sign up that says left turn lane early on. What I've noticed driving down that street is the left turn lane sign is on the right-hand side and nobody pays attention to it. That if we could get a sign that says left-hand turn or left lane, left turn only a little bit early on, and a raised median would probably help because it's on the raised median and nobody will hit it. But if we could take a look at that, it might solve a little bit of the confusion on that, because there are a lot of people that don't realize that that left lane turns left, and then then they make a sudden a change across lanes because, oh my gosh, I need to go there, and because they don't see the sign on the right hand side, if that makes sense.
No, I fully understand you, and we will look at that, see what we can do.
Thanks.
All right. Any other remarks for this evening? Okay, in that case, the next item up is to adjourn. Just a quick reminder before we do so about the upcoming sort of our tentative calendar. We do have another budget conversation tomorrow starting at 5:30 p.m. Any of the public wishing to attend, you can find the information for that on the city website. So with that, I would look for a motion to adjourn.
I'll make that motion.
I'd hope it'd be followed by a second.
Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth.
Motion by Councilmember Green, second by Councilmember Worthen. Let's vote. Actually, yeah, this one, all in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, we stand adjourned.
Okay,
See
Have a
you
good evening.
tomorrow.
Thank you, everyone.